Chapter 1237. The dense heavenly tribulation shattered, turning into streaks of starlight and dissipating. The pitch-black sky was restored to light in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Such a terrifying and destructive heavenly tribulation had been shattered by Wu Yi with just a glance. He even felt as if the heavenly tribulation had sensed Wu Yi's terror and dissipated on its own. Yeah. Little Taichu's big eyes curved as it jumped from Lin Tian's shoulder to Lin Tian's side, intimately rubbing against Lin Tian's cheek. It had been 5 years since the little guy had seen Lin Tian. In these 5 years, it had missed Lin Tian very much. Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little guy's little head. Thanks. He looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi put away the jade flute in her hand and shook her head gently. Her face was beautiful and her gaze was gentle. She appeared very calm from beginning to end, like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. This, outside the first territory of the Netherworld, several Netherworld ancestral lords trembled. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation had been shattered so easily. During the entire process, they didn't even see Wu Yi make a move. Even the Netherworld ancestral lord, who was as strong as a heavenly venerable, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The heavenly tribulation just now had made him feel pressured, and he needed to make a serious move to shatter it. However, Wu Yi had destroyed the heavenly tribulation without doing anything. This was terrifying. In the next moment, his gaze became even colder, but he didn't immediately make a move. Buzz! In the sky, a 7-colored cloud flew over. Warm rays of light fell and enveloped Lin Tian. Little Taichu cried out happily, jumped away from Lin Tian, and landed on Wu Yi's shoulder again. Wu Yi was very quiet. She didn't say anything and just stood by the side. Lin Tian took in a deep breath. He knew that the divine light from the 7-colored, auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation was very precious. He immediately circulated the heart of the Sun Sutra to the limit, quickly absorbing and refining the light so that his flesh could absorb it. Immediately, his essence, energy, and spirit began to rise rapidly, and the Emperor's aura he exuded began to climb in several different ways. He silently refined it and discovered that the energy contained in the rainbow auspicious clouds this time was extremely shocking. It was rapidly increasing his cultivation and blood qi. Even his flesh, blood, and bones were becoming stronger at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Boom! At this moment, an even stronger aura rushed out from his body. He had forcefully stepped into the second rank of the Emperor realm from the early stage of the Emperor realm. Moreover, this trend did not stop. It was still climbing. After another 7 minutes, his aura stopped increasing and stabilized at the peak stage of the second heaven of Emperor. It was also at this time that the rainbow-colored clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sky returned to its original appearance. Lin Tian opened his eyes and clearly sensed his current cultivation. He could also feel how powerful he was now. The peak stage of the second heaven of Emperor realm. He felt that his overall battle strength was not inferior to the 7th heaven of Emperor realm experts. This was the strength of the monarch physique, especially his strongest reincarnation monarch physique. After overcoming the terrifying Emperor heavenly tribulation, his battle strength would definitely surpass other Emperor realm experts of the same rank. He truly had the ability to go against the heavens and slay immortals. Great! He couldn't help but say in his heart as his eyes glowed. Swish, swish, swish. The Violet Fairy, Whooshing Crocodile, and AI all stepped out from the first territory and came to the side. Big Brother Lin has become an emperor. So powerful. AI's eyes were very bright. He's even more monstrous than your prodigy master, as expected of the same lineage. Whooshing Crocodile bared his teeth. An old drunkard had reached the Emperor realm at the age of 100 years old, which was shocking since ancient times. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had entered the Emperor realm in just a few decades. Each was more heaven-defying than the other. Lin Tianyi smiled. I can't compare to Master. The old man was dispirited for the past 100 years and didn't cultivate much. He wasn't being modest. He was speaking the truth. He was very clear about an old drunkard situation. If it wasn't for the unforeseen event of the death of a beauty, an old drunkard would definitely have reached the heavenly venerable realm within 100 years. How is it, big brother? How does it feel to become an emperor? The violet fairy smiled and asked. She looked like a 12-year-old girl. Her black hair was soft and fell to her waist. She looked like a gorgeous fairy. Oh, not bad. Lin Tian smiled. After reaching the emperor realm, he felt that not only did his battle strength increase, but also his understanding of this world. He saw everything in this world much more clearly, and his control of the great Tao of heaven and earth was much stronger. The violet fairy smiled and said, It's about time. Let's go back now. When she said, Go back, she naturally meant to go back to the other world. Sure. Lin Tiandao looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi nodded slightly. Then the group walked out of the first territory of the netherworld. Boom! The netherworld light was vast and mighty. Netherworld divine talismans suddenly intertwined and turned into a netherworld killing formation. The netherworld ancestor acted at this time. It seemed that he had been preparing to evolve a heavenly venerable killing formation. This was a complete heavenly venerable killing formation. It was terrifying, and the killing light was shocking. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation just now. This old man, whooshing crocodile's scales, stood up. Lin Tian's expression also changed. Although he had reached the emperor realm, he was still very weak in front of a heavenly venerable level expert, especially in front of such a heavenly venerable killing formation. It was impossible for him to resist. He felt a great threat. He felt that this killing formation was more than 10 times more terrifying than the last round of heavenly tribulation just now. Even his divine soul was trembling. This is the netherworld killing formation. A netherworld ancestor king exclaimed excitedly, Our clan's strongest killing formation. Several netherworld ancestor kings clenched their fists. Obviously, these netherworld ancestor kings were very familiar with this killing formation. They were also very clear about its power. Boom! The rolling netherworld light was vast and mighty. Black wind howled angrily in this world as if it had really turned into hell. The sharp killing intent seemed to be able to shatter billions of living beings. It was terrifying to the extreme. Don't even think about leaving. The netherworld ancestor spoke. His eyes were cold. A large flag flew out from his body. It was obviously a very powerful treasure weapon. Its aura was terrifying. Lin Tian's last round of heavenly tribulation fell. When Wu Yi appeared beside Lin Tian, he stopped and began to secretly set up the netherworld killing formation with this treasure flag. At this time, he activated it and trapped Wu Yi and the others. He pushed forward and activated the treasure flag, causing the netherworld killing formation to become even more terrifying. The killing light was like a surging wave. Perhaps you have reached the 5th stage of the heavenly venerable realm or above. However, you will still die in this killing formation. This person's voice was cold. His gaze fell on Wu Yi with undisguised killing intent. Then, in the next moment, his gaze moved to Lin Tian. The depths of his eyes surged with a bright light. Obviously, even for a heavenly venerable, the origin of reincarnation was a peerless divine treasure. He stepped forward. The netherworld killing formation shook and swallowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It became even more terrifying, and the killing light was shocking. This whooshing crocodile could not help but tremble. This killing intent was too terrifying. The netherworld ancestor stepped forward. With every step, the netherworld killing formation would shake and become even more terrifying. His eyes were cold, like a Taoist ancestor looking down on heaven and earth. He was high and mighty. The Violet Fairy was very calm in the killing formation. She looked sideways at the approaching Netherworld ancestor. Wu-Yi tilted his head and glanced at the approaching Netherworld ancestor. Bang! The Netherworld ancestor was sent flying. Just like before, he coughed up blood and fell from the sky. At the same time, the Netherworld runes in the air shattered one after another, and the fierce and terrifying killing light disappeared without a trace at the first moment. Ancestor! How is this possible? The Netherworld ancestor kings of the First Territory were terrified. Their clan's Heavenly Venerable had activated the strongest Netherworld killing formation, but he was still sent flying. God! Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth wide and was almost stunned. Lin Tian was stunned once again as he looked at Wu-Yi with shock in his eyes. Just how powerful was this extremely quiet woman? Yeah. Little Taichu's big eyes were curved. He spoke in a childish voice, as if he was cheering for Wu-Yi. Wu-Yi was very quiet. She looked at the Violet Fairy and Lin Tian and walked out of the First Territory of the Netherworld. Brother, don't be in a daze. Let's go, the Violet Fairy said. Lin Tian was stunned. He dragged the stunned Wuxing Crocodile and followed. The Netherworld ancestor kings of the First Territory watched the group leave. They trembled and didn't dare to stop them. With the terrifying Wu-Yi by their side, these people didn't dare to do anything. Soon, Lin Tianyi and the others disappeared into the distance. Boom! The terrifying emperor power was vast and mighty. The Netherworld ancestor rushed out from the ground. His face was extremely pale and he was seriously injured. Damn it! Have I reached the end of the Heavenly Venerable level? Is it comparable to a Grand Ancestor? He gritted his teeth. He stared into the distance and didn't chase because he realized that he was no match for Wu-Yi. Ancestor. The Netherworld ancestor kings came over. What should we do now? These people were very respectful and careful to the Netherworld ancestor. At the same time, they clenched their fists tightly. Because at this moment, the First Territory of the Nether race had been completely destroyed by Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation. Too many cultivators of the Nether race had perished. As far as the eye could see, the largest territory of the Nether race had practically transformed into ruins. The losses were too heavy. At the same time, the ancient road to the other world was destroyed by Lin Tian. Even so, they couldn't stop Lin Tian or even hurt Lin Tian. Wu-Yi's strength was beyond their expectations. He was like a god. With Wu-Yi around, they couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. The Netherworld ancestor didn't look at the ruined Netherworld First Territory. Instead, he looked into the distance with a pair of incomparably gloomy eyes. That woman, that reincarnated body. This person gritted his teeth. The killing intent in his eyes was very strong. Then he said, "Prepare to kill. Kill through another path." What? Another path? There's another path? The Netherworld ancestor kings were shocked. The sealed dust ancient region was dark. Lin Tianyi and the others had left the Netherworld First Territory and were already very far away. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Wu-Yi. He really wanted to know how powerful this extremely quiet woman was. Wu-Yi obviously sensed his gaze. She tilted her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Chapter 1238. Facing Wu-Yi's gaze, Lin Tian opened his mouth. He wanted to ask how powerful Wu-Yi was and what Wu-Yi's cultivation level was. After all, the Netherworld Ancestral King, who was also a Heavenly Venerable, was sent flying again and again. This made him very concerned. However, after opening his mouth, he finally decided not to ask. It was a little inappropriate to ask so directly. Nothing. He smiled. Wu-Yi was very quiet. He looked at him for a while, but didn't say anything. He just nodded lightly. The group moved very quickly. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived at the location of the sealed dust ancient region. As far as the eye could see, they were surrounded by mountains. The space was dark as usual, and the surrounding soil was red as if it had been dyed red by blood. It was intertwined with a sense of coldness, and the spiritual energy seemed very thin. Looking further ahead, there was a huge vortex. It was dark blue in color, as if it wanted to devour one's mind. A passage that connects two spaces. The seal of the human race here can't be broken even by the netherworld race's heavenly venerables. Whooshing crocodile muttered. The seal here was very shocking. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with divine light as he looked at the seal in front. He was now an emperor and was at the peak of the second emperor realm. Although he didn't think he could break through the seal here and go to the other side, he still wanted to see what was going on. Then he was slightly moved. He vaguely discovered that the seal here was extraordinary. It seemed to be constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen the seal, causing the seal here to become stronger and stronger. He was a little surprised. This seal was definitely not ordinary. It was indeed set up by the human race's strongest, who sacrificed his life. He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yi. With such a strong seal, he felt that only Wu Yi had the hope of passing through it without destroying it. Wu Yi naturally knew what Lin Tian meant. He raised his right hand, and a faint divine light spread forward. As the divine light surged forward, the blue whirlpool changed. Soon, it became much softer than before. "Let's go." It was also at this moment that Wu Yi spoke. A faint halo of light enveloped the group of people, and they disappeared in an instant. Darkness shrouded their vision, and in the next moment, light appeared. The group of people appeared beside an abyss. When they looked back, there was still a dark blue vortex with netherworld chi intertwining. "I'm back." Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but howl. This abyss was called the Underworld Abyss, and was located at the border of the southern domain of the ninth heaven. Now, the group had returned from the other side of the sealed, dust ancient region. This place was filled with netherworld chi, but it was not as dense as in the sealed, dust ancient region. It felt as though the spiritual chi here was much denser. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi and was once again astonished by Wu Yi's strength. The seal that the netherworld race's celestial venerables could not do anything to was still so fragile in front of Wu Yi. Under the condition that the seal was not destroyed, Lin Tian was still able to pass through it easily. Too powerful. Is he really only at the Empyrean level? He muttered to himself. He looked at Wu Yi and was a little doubtful. Was Wu Yi really only at the Empyrean level? Wu Yi could naturally sense Lin Tian's gaze and turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" She was very quiet, and her voice was also very soft, like the sound of a zither. It sounded very pleasant. "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head. Wu Yi did not say anything and just nodded gently. The group of people left this place, crossed the underworld abyss, and entered the southern domain. They walked from the border of the southern domain. There were mountains and forests all around, and there were not many cultivators and monsters. There was a faint light in Lin Tian's eyes. After 5 years, he had returned and stepped into the Empyrean realm. Those forces that had targeted him, those who wanted to kill him and seize the origin of reincarnation, those who were still alive, he was going to pay them a visit one by one. "What are you thinking about?" The violet fairy's black hair fell to her waist. She looked at Lin Tian's strange expression and asked, "What are we going to do next?" Lin Tian smiled. "What are we going to do next?" The violet fairy said and then smiled. She looked at Wu Yi and then looked at Lin Tian again. "You just finished transcending the heavenly tribulation. Do you want to go to little Yi's place as a guest? The environment there is very good. It will be of some help to you who just finished transcending the heavenly tribulation. It can naturally relax your state of mind and stabilize your Tao foundation and cultivation." Lin Tianyi was stunned. Wu Yi's place was extraordinary. Go to Wu Yi's place as a guest? He couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Wu Yi. Wu Yi met his gaze and said, "Do you want to go?" Her voice was very soft, and her face was gentle. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The Violet Fairy asked him if he wanted to go, and Wu Yi also said so. He naturally would not hesitate. Yeah. Little Taichu called out and stood on Wu Yi's shoulder, looking a little happy. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes intertwined with a faint light. It naturally wanted to see what the powerful Wu Yi's residence was like. Immediately, light intertwined around Wu Yi's body, and in the next moment, she disappeared with the group and appeared in another area. After entering this area, the mountains were even more majestic, and the spiritual energy was even richer. Eastern region. Lin Tian saw that they were currently in the eastern region of the ninth heaven. It was one of the 4 major regions in the east, west, north, and south. Yes, it's the eastern region. Whooshing Crocodile said. He knew the 4 major regions very well and could see it at a glance. The Violet Fairy looked in a certain direction, and a demonic light rushed out of her body, quickly streaking into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In this eastern region, there is a major force, the Demon King Palace. Now that she returned to this world from the sealed dust ancient region, she sent a spiritual imprint to the Demon King Palace, informing the several Emperor-level elders of the Demon King Palace that she had returned safely. Let's go, little E. She said to Wu Yi, I'm not small. Wu Yi responded. As soon as the words fell, she silently disappeared with the group again. In the next moment, the group appeared in a continuous mountain range, surrounded by rolling clouds and dense spiritual energy. This place, Lin Tianyi was shocked. He has mastered the dragon burial scripture, and now that he has stepped into the Emperor realm, his spiritual sense is very amazing. At this time, he could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this continuous mountain range. The towering mountains were like ancient dragons. The aura they exuded was so magnificent that it shocked him. It was as if a legendary immortal god lived in this place, especially the tallest mountain among them. It was too high, like the Dragon Emperor, almost towering into the starry sky. Next to him, Whooshing Crocodile showed a look of surprise. This is Ethereal Mountain. He knew about the 9 great forces of the ninth heaven. Ethereal Mountain was one of them, and it was the most special inheritance among the 9 great forces. He had seen some descriptions of Ethereal Mountain in ancient books. When he came here at this time, he immediately recognized it. This place seems to be Ethereal Mountain. Lin Tian was also shocked. He had heard about Ethereal Mountain from Whooshing Crocodile before. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yi and Violet Fairy. This place is Ethereal Mountain. It's Ethereal Mountain. Wu Yi is the master of this generation of Ethereal Mountain. I also became an emperor in this place, Violet Fairy said. Naturally, she could see that Lin Tian was surprised. Lin Tian was surprised again. Wu Yi turned out to be the master of Ethereal Mountain, and Violet Fairy became an emperor in this place. Whooshing Crocodile also widened his eyes. Obviously, he was shocked by this matter. Wu Yi was very quiet. He led the group of people through the continuous mountain range, heading towards the highest peak. Lin Tian walked among them. From time to time, he was shocked. He found that although the aura of this mountain range was ethereal, there were many terrifying auras. Walking in some places, as long as he wasn't careful, even an Emperor Realm powerhouse might die in an instant. Wu Yi led the way. Soon, they reached the highest peak. The main peak had dense stone steps all the way up, forming an 80-degree angle with the ground. It was frighteningly steep. Wu Yi and Violet Fairy led the way. It didn't take long for the group to reach the top of the main peak. Whoosh! At the top of the main peak, a gentle breeze blew, and the spiritual qi became denser. There were all kinds of strange plants around, all of which were intertwined with immortal light. They were colorful and exuded an amazing fragrance. These, Lin Tian showed a look of surprise. He saw a 9-leaf earth lotus. It was a 9-leaf strange lotus. When refined by an enlightened realm, it could easily raise one's cultivation by a small level. Its value was astonishing. But there was a large patch of it here. He saw 1,000 treasure spirit tree that could strengthen a Nirvana realm powerhouse's soul and raise their cultivation. It was enough to make a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse jealous. However, there was a large patch here. Every 1,000 treasure spirit tree had a bright red 1,000 treasure spirit. He saw a small depression with a milky white liquid inside. It was a bit sticky. It was the legendary Earth Core Divine Saliva, which could let a half-Emperor realm powerhouse directly enter the Emperor realm. He even saw 3 precious plants intertwined with strange light. One of them had leaves that looked like a qilin, one had branches that looked like a 10,000-year-old immortal phoenix, and the last one looked like an immortal spirit. They were the legendary qilin, immortal herb, immortal phoenix, sacred herb, and immortal spirit, divine plant. They were all divine treasures that could extend one's life by 100,000 years. It was enough to make a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse change their expression. Moreover, other than these precious fruits and strange plants, he felt a strange Tao rhythm on the main peak. This Tao rhythm floated in the air as if it was the fusion of 3,000 great Taos. It was very ethereal, and it caused the divine power in his body to faintly strengthen a bit. It flowed more smoothly, and his cultivation and Tao foundation became more stable in the blink of an eye. He was completely stunned. The whooshing crocodile was also dumbfounded. It stared at the immortal plants on the main peak and couldn't help but drool. This main peak was simply filled with treasures. Moreover, at the same time, it also felt a shocking Tao rhythm on the main peak. Its Tao foundation was gradually becoming more stable. How is it? It's not a bad place, right? The Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not just not bad. How could a place like this be described as not bad? It was simply a paradise of immortals. As he spoke, he calmed his breathing and quickly calmed down. After all, he was already in the Emperor realm. He looked around and paused. Suddenly, he was curious and asked, where are the other disciples of the ethereal mountain? Since he entered the mountain until now, he hadn't seen a single disciple of the ethereal mountain. It was somewhat strange. Hearing him say that, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but look over. Speaking of which, for so many years, the ethereal mountain didn't seem to have any disciples going out to train. What's going on? It said strangely. It was rumored that the ethereal mountain was very special. Firstly, it was said to be very powerful and never participated in the struggle of any major forces. Secondly, no one had ever seen this line of disciples going out to train. It was very curious about this. Chapter 1239. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were curious about the ethereal mountain disciples' question. They looked around strangely. They really couldn't see a single ethereal mountain disciple. Other disciples. The Violet Fairy paused and explained, Ethereal Mountain only has one disciple. Throughout history, there have only been 2 disciples at most. What? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian was also shocked. Ethereal Mountain only had 1 disciple, and at most, there were only 2 disciples. He didn't expect Ethereal Mountain to be like this. Only 1 disciple, and at most there are only 2 disciples. They can actually be one of the top 9 forces. He was shocked. Ethereal Mountain was really terrifying. And thinking that this generation of Ethereal Mountain had an invincible existence like Wu-Yi, he was even more shocked. Really scary. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. Little Taichu's babbling came from afar. Unknowingly, the little guy flew out from Wu Yi's shoulder and came back with 10 myriad spirit treasure fruits, chewing happily. For a moment, the fragrance filled the air and diluted Lin Tian's and Whooshing Crocodile's surprise. Little guy, give Lord Crocodile one. Whooshing Crocodile was very thick-skinned. Little Taichu was very generous and threw half to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile's mouth was about to split open. He opened his mouth and swallowed one with a gulp. The spirit energy was so rich that it couldn't be dissolved. At the top of Ethereal Mountain, the sky was blue. White clouds floated around, carrying a celestial charm. There was a small courtyard at the top of this majestic mountain. There was a fence made of fences, carrying a sense of vicissitudes. Lin Tian followed Wu Yi and the Violet Fairy into the courtyard. There was a small wooden table in the courtyard. Wu Yi boiled water with his divine power and brewed a pot of tea. Green tea was not precious and was very common. It was not even better than the tea used in the mortal world, but the tea fragrance was very strong. Lin Tiantan drank the tea. He felt that the fragrance of the tea seemed to be the Tao. It was a very strange feeling. Just by taking a sip, he felt that his cultivation had stabilized a lot. Not bad, right? Violet Fairy asked him. Very good. Lin Tian nodded. Taking a sip, the aftertaste was endless. He looked at Wu Yi. He didn't expect that apart from being powerful, Wu Yi was also so outstanding in the way of tea. AI and little Tai Chu, Wuxing Crocodile, went to play, leaving only Lin Tian, Violet Fairy, and Wu Yi in the small courtyard. Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian's expression and naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking at this moment. She said, "There is a word called perfect in this world. This word is tailor-made for little Yi. If you really want to pick out something that isn't perfect, then it would be too perfect." Linger. Wu Yi looked at Violet Fairy. Violet Fairy snickered. "Don't be shy, little Yi." Wu Yi stopped talking and poured tea for Lin Tian. The fragrance of the tea floated in the small courtyard. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. "Oh, right. What level is a Celestial Venerable?" he asked Wu Yi. He knew that Celestial Venerable was the highest level of Emperor, but he didn't know the details. He wanted to understand more. The 9 layers of Emperor are divided into 9 stages. These 9 stages are the Celestial Venerable level. Wu Yi said. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The end of Emperor is the 9th stage. Wu Yi's words were simple, but he could understand. In other words, the 9th layer of Emperor was divided into 9 stages. When one reached the end of the 9th layer of Emperor and reached the first stage of the peak of the 9th layer of Emperor, they had reached the so-called Celestial Venerable level. They were called Early Stage Celestial Venerable or First Stage Celestial Venerable. After that, after reaching the first stage of the peak of the 9th layer of Emperor, one's strength would become stronger with every small stage. So this is what the so-called Celestial Venerable level is. The division of Emperor is really complicated. He muttered to himself. The Celestial Venerable level was also divided into 9 stages. He suddenly recalled that when he was in the sealed dust ancient territory, the Netherworld race ancestor seemed to have mentioned the words 5th level Empyrean. At that time, he didn't know what it meant, but now he understood. So it was like this. Time passed quickly. Gradually, the sky darkened and stars dotted the starry sky. The fragrance of tea still floated in the small courtyard. Lin Tian, Violet Fairy, and Wu Yi sat for a long time and spent the night in the courtyard. Soon, the night dispersed and the morning sun rose. In the morning, the spiritual energy on Ethereal Mountain was denser, and the fluctuations of the great Tao were more shocking. Lin Tian temporarily stayed in Ethereal Mountain. Wu Yi brought him to many places in the mountain. Even if it was just a simple walk, he felt that his Tao foundation was constantly stabilizing. A few days later, his cultivation of the 2nd layer of Emperor was impregnable. Then, in the blink of an eye, he stayed in Ethereal Mountain for a full month. During this month, he took the time to use the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the Emperor corpse of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. His cultivation broke through again, from the peak of the 2nd layer of Emperor to the 3rd layer of Emperor. His overall combat strength increased by a lot. Then, in the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On this day, he bid farewell to Wu Yi and prepared to leave. He had to do some other things. Wu Yi was very peaceful and didn't try to persuade him to stay. You can come again any time. You must come often. Oh, come to see little Yi often, Violet Fairy said with a smile. She had to go into seclusion in Ethereal Mountain temporarily. Lin Tian chuckled and waved goodbye. Yi, we will be back. Little Tai Chu stood on Lin Tian's shoulder and said to Wu Yi in a childish voice. Wu Yi had a gentle smile on her face as she waved at little Tai Chu. On this day, Lin Tian brought little Tai Chu and Wuxing Crocodile down Ethereal Mountain. Soon, they were very far away from Ethereal Mountain. He walked in the east region. The spirit qi in the air was very dense, and the mountains were very majestic. About 4 hours later, he entered a mountain and took out a jade container that contained some bone ashes. He took out these bone ashes and scattered them on this beautiful mountain. They drifted with the wind. Senior, I have brought you back, he muttered to himself. These were the bone ashes of the human sovereign evil spirit that he had met in Demon Corpse Ridge in the sealed dust ancient region. In order to stop the Netherworld race from wreaking havoc here, he had sacrificed his life to buy time for the other human supreme experts to seal the passage. In the end, he had died in the sealed dust ancient region and turned into a dark sovereign evil spirit. He had forgotten everything, but his subconscious had always wanted to return to this land. He brought back his bone ashes from the sealed dust ancient region and scattered them on this mountain, burying him in this land. The bone ashes drifted and scattered on the entire mountain. Rest in peace. Looking at the bone ashes scattered on the mountain, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. There was a kind of solemnity and respect. He knew that he couldn't sacrifice himself for the so-called countless living beings that had nothing to do with him. He would only sacrifice himself for his family and friends. However, even though he couldn't sacrifice himself for the countless living beings, he respected this kind of predecessor very much. In his opinion, such a person could be called a true hero. Such a person had true courage. When the bone ashes were completely scattered on the ground, he paused on the spot and silently bowed before turning to leave. Soon, he was very far away from this mountain. Kid, where are you going next? Wuxing Crocodile asked. I'm going to visit some old friends. Lin Tiandao. He emphasized the words old friends with a cold glint in his eyes. The desolate divine palace, the immortal sword island, the Yin-Yang sacred sect, the heavenly demon divine sect, and the other major forces had tried to deal with him time and time again. They wanted to snatch the heavenly venerable ancient scripture and the pure yang flame from him. Later on, when his reincarnation physique was exposed, the strongest ancestors of these major forces jumped out one by one and tried to snatch his reincarnation origin, causing him to almost die on that day. He had never forgotten about this matter. He always remembered it in his heart because he hated being bullied. Now that 5 years had passed and his cultivation base had reached the Emperor Realm, he naturally had to settle this score. Those enemies who participated in the battle to snatch his reincarnation origin and those who were still alive, he wanted to visit them one by one. Wuxing Crocodile wasn't stupid. Looking at Lin Tian's expression at this time, it instantly knew what Lin Tian was thinking. This is the rhythm of overthrowing a few top forces. It glared, but its eyes soon revealed a demonic light. It rubbed its claws hard and let out a sinister laugh. Grandpa Crocodile likes this rhythm. Yeah. Little Tai Chu stood on Lin Tian's shoulder, waving its claws and calling out in a childish voice. It was very dissatisfied with those people. Where's the first stop? Wuxing Crocodile asked, rubbing its fists and palms. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with a cold glint, saying, desolate. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He suddenly looked towards the south of this place, and his eyes revealed a dazzling light. What's wrong? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian looked towards the south, and the dragon pattern light flickered in his eyes. The illusionary divine eye opened unknowingly. Let's go and take a look, he said. In the next moment, he directly tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it with Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu, and disappeared on the spot. After a flash of darkness, he reappeared, standing above a continuous stretch of green mountains, and the light in his eyes was very strong. Looking down, this stretch of green mountains covered an extremely large area. It was difficult to tell how vast it was, and there were thousands of green mountains connected. However, these green mountains looked very ordinary. Using divine sense to scan, the spiritual energy in the green mountains was also very ordinary. There was nothing praiseworthy about it, and there were not even a few simple level 1 demon beasts. "What are we doing here?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. At first glance, this stretch of green mountains couldn't be more ordinary. It was no different from the mountains in the mortal world. Lin Tian suddenly ran over such a stretch of green mountains and stared at the green mountains with bright eyes, which made it a little curious. "You think this place is very ordinary?" Lin Tian stared down and asked Whooshing Crocodile. "Very ordinary," Whooshing Crocodile said. "Is that so?" The light in Lin Tian's eyes was very strong, and the illusionary divine eye flickered with strange light. He put one hand on Whooshing Crocodile, and rings of dragon pattern light entered Whooshing Crocodile's body from his palm, causing strands of strange dragon patterns to appear on Whooshing Crocodile's demon eyes. "What about now?" Whooshing Crocodile was suspicious. It looked down at the green mountains again, and immediately trembled. This is Chapter 1240. Lin Tian opened his divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and temporarily transferred part of his power to Whooshing Crocodile with his Emperor Qi. Instantly, dragon patterns appeared in Whooshing Crocodile's demonic eyes. At this moment, the green mountains in front of them were completely different. They looked very normal on the surface, but when they looked deep underground, they could see a small dragon coiling around. It was about 9 inches long, but its light was extremely intense. They could feel the terrifying spiritual energy around it, even from far away. It was as deep as the ocean. This is Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. The small dragon was only 9 inches long. It was very small, but there were dense scales of light on its body. It was very lifelike. At first glance, it looked like a young true dragon. This can't be that it stared at the ground, and its voice was trembling. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as he said, "Dragon essence!" The 9-inch small dragon was 100,000 feet underground. Endless spiritual light intertwined around it. It was like the light source of this world, illuminating the dark underground world. Rays of spiritual light scattered in all directions, nourishing this vast land of the eastern region. Is it really the dragon essence in the eastern region's legends? It's actually here. Whooshing Crocodile stared straight down. The spiritual energy in the eastern region was much stronger than the western region, southern region, and northern region. The reason was that there was a rumor since ancient times. It was said that the dragon essence formed by the dragon vein of this world happened to reside in the eastern region. Therefore, the spiritual energy in the eastern region was much stronger than the other 3 regions. It had always known about this rumor. When it saw this thing at this time, it guessed that this is the dragon essence. When it heard Lin Tian say the 2 words dragon essence, it was immediately shocked. The dragon essence was equivalent to the fruit formed by the ancestral dragon vein. It had unimaginable, heaven-defying value. If one cultivated with it, it could be comparable to countless divine veins. At the same time, it was a natural life-prolonging sacred medicine. It could at least extend the life of 9 Emperor Realm experts by 100,000 years. Such a peerless divine item was right under its nose. It's the dragon essence, there's no doubt about it. Lin Tiandao was very certain. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture and could control mountains and rivers. Now that he had stepped into the Emperor Realm and was at the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm, he naturally recognized it at a glance. It was impossible for him to make a mistake. He stared at the underground Long Yuan. The radiance in his eyes was very dense, like two divine lamps, causing the air to tremble. This. The five-element crocodile was even more shocked. Originally, it had guessed that this was the dragon origin. In addition, the Emperor Rank Lin Tian, who controlled the dragon burial scripture, was so certain. Naturally, it didn't have any trace of doubt. This was definitely the dragon origin from the eastern region's legends. It stared at the dragon Yuan that was at the deepest depths of the ground and paused for a moment before a trace of bewilderment arose in its heart. It said, "But the dragon Yuan resides beneath this group of green mountains. So why isn't the spirit energy in this group of green mountains dense in the slightest?" It no longer suspected that the 9-inch little dragon underground was the dragon Yuan, but it was still very confused about the situation here. Logically speaking, the dragon Yuan condensed by the ancestral dragon's veins resided underground, so the spirit energy in this group of green mountains should be denser than anywhere else. It could be called a sacred land of immortals. But now, the spirit energy concentration in the air here was very ordinary or even low. This was completely abnormal and could even be said to be a little strange, because there is something suppressing it, preventing the spirit energy of the dragon Yuan from emerging to the surface. Lin Tiandao. He opened his delusion breaker divine eyes. Dragon patterns wrapped around his pupils and even rotated on their own, interweaving astonishing divine radiance. Now that he had stepped into the Emperor realm, his delusion breaker divine eyes were even more powerful. Even if he didn't use the dragon patterns, he could still see that this group of green mountains wasn't ordinary. Thousands of green mountains were connected to each other, forming a large force that suppressed the spirit energy. Spirit sealing land. He said, such a large force wouldn't have any effect on living creatures, but it would suppress the existence of spirit energy. The existence of such a large force was like a natural divine cover, preventing the spirit energy of the dragon Yuan from spreading into the group of green mountains. He briefly explained to the whooshing crocodile, "There's such a terrain, suppressing spirit energy?" The whooshing crocodile stared. "The world is so big, nothing is too strange." Lin Tiandao. The world was too vast, and no one really knew where the end was. Anything was possible in the world. The whooshing crocodile nodded. Indeed, the world was so big, nothing was too strange. It stared down, and soon its eyes revealed a deep demonic light. Its saliva almost flowed out. Who cares about the world being so big, nothing is too strange? This is the dragon Yuan, I'm rich. Brat, hurry up and dig it out first. The dragon Yuan was extraordinary, and even ordinary emperors didn't dare to touch it. If they were careless, they would end up with their body and soul destroyed. However, Lin Tian was different. He was an extremely strong reincarnation body and was at the third heaven of the Emperor realm. Moreover, he controlled the dragon burial scripture and was extremely skilled in controlling the mountains and rivers. It believed that Lin Tian could definitely take away this dragon Yuan without any damage. The value of this thing was heaven-defying. Lin Tian stared the dragon Yuan below, and a faint light intertwined in his eyes. With his current ability, he could indeed take out this dragon Yuan, but he didn't plan to do so. Leave it here and use it as a source of spirit energy, he said. The whooshing crocodile was stunned. Spirit energy spring? As it spoke, its eyes intertwined with a bright light. Brat, you want to? Lin Tian nodded. Build an immortal, sacred ground. The light in the whooshing crocodile's eyes suddenly became brighter, and it was a little excited. That's a good idea. It pulled its claws and said, with their current strength, they could indeed build a sacred ground because they had enough resources. One had to know that they had obtained a lot of resources from the great extinguishing god dynasty a few years ago. In the past 5 years, they had obtained a super divine treasury in the sealed, dust ancient regions, 8th underworld territory. Heavenly treasures, quasi-heavenly treasures, saint weapons, divine weapons, Baodan, Lingjing, immortal herbs, ancient scriptures, and various other things. They had everything, and they were all extraordinary. In terms of experts and strength, Lin Tian was already famous in the 10 directions heaven domain. He was currently at the 3rd sky of Emperor Realm, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. Little Taichu was also a super Emperor Realm expert. In addition, Lin Tian had a heaven-defying master like an old drunkard behind him, a demon emperor sister like the Violet Fairy, and an invincible existence like Wu Yi. Once they started a sect, they would definitely be able to attract countless cultivators to join them. They could directly become one of the top forces in the 10 directions heaven domain. If they wanted to start a sect, they only lacked a suitable holy ground. And now, the dragon essence in front of them was without a doubt the most suitable holy ground. This was a heavenly treasure comparable to countless divine veins. If they used it as the holy ground's foundation, it would be equivalent to having countless dragon veins gathering under the holy ground. Such a holy ground's foundation was enough to look down on the 10 directions heaven domain. Thinking of this, it was very excited. Then it was puzzled and asked Lin Tiandao, "You said that you want to leave the dragon essence here, which means you want to start a sect here. But isn't this place a spirit sealing ground? If you don't take out the dragon essence, how can the spirit chi emitted by the dragon essence break through the spirit sealing ground here and spread to the surface?" Lin Tian said, "The spirit sealing ground suppresses the spirit chi below. I only need to spend some effort to change the terrain here and change the spirit sealing veins layout. Then, I will be able to spread the spirit chi emitted by the dragon essence to the surface. Furthermore, I will seal the dragon essence in this area and prevent the dragon essence's spirit chi from leaking out, causing the dragon essence's spirit chi to only gather in this mountain range." Now that he had reached the 3rd heaven of the Emperor Realm and mastered the dragon burial scripture, he was confident that he could do this. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up when it heard this. Great! It couldn't help but howl excitedly. Creating an immortal holy ground was indeed something to be excited about. "Do you want to start now?" it asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head, "No hurry. After visiting those people, I will return to the 1st heaven to discuss with Master and then make preparations." As he said this, a few beautiful figures appeared in his mind at the same time. Jiyu Sushu by Qiu Shuiyi, whom he had been separated from for many years, and his younger sister Lin Shi. He missed them very much. "Okay, let's go and visit those bastards. Let's take all the treasures of those big forces." Wuxing Crocodile laughed sinisterly. Towards its enemies, it was the same as Lin Tian. It absolutely would not have any thoughts of showing mercy and would only ruthlessly attack. It would attack as ruthlessly as it could. Lin Tian nodded. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he landed on the green hills below and used the dragon burial scripture to set up dragon burial arrays one after another, enveloping the entire green hills. This was a mark that he had left on the green hills in advance. This would be his place, the place where he would establish his sect. After doing all this, his eyes lit up and he opened a huge void crack in this place. "Let's go," he said as he stepped into the crack with Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this place. Now that he had stepped into the Emperor Realm, it wasn't difficult for him to tear open the void and move. In the next moment, the brief darkness dissipated and he appeared on a new land. It was the West region. The West region had beautiful mountains and rivers, and there were many great sects with great inheritances. Among them, the ones at the top are the Desolate Shrine and the Yinyang sect. These 2 great forces are the top inheritances of the 10 heavens domain, one of the 9 strongest forces. Perhaps they can be said to be one of the 8 top forces because the great extinguishing divine dynasty was destroyed by Lin Tian in the past. A dragon ball blew up everything, and the little Taichu killed the last few old assassins. Today, there are only 8 top forces left in the 9th heaven. At this time, Lin Tian stepped into the West region for the Desolate Shrine and the Yinyang sect, the two top forces that targeted him and tried to seize his reincarnation source energy. Now he wants to destroy them. Should we go to the Desolate Shrine or the Yinyang sect first? Wuxing Crocodile asked, rubbing its fists. Desolate Shrine. Lin Tiandao. Chapter 1241. Lin Tian tore open the void crack and entered the Western Divine Region. He looked towards the northern part of the Western Divine Region, where the strongest inheritance of the 10 directions, heavens, lies, the Desolate Shrine. He is now going to visit the major forces and individuals who targeted him one by one. His first stop is the Desolate Shrine, preparing to uproot it. Let's go, he said as he tore open another void crack, leading the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he reappeared outside a vast mountain range. Looking around, there are groups of mountains in front of him, all of which are very majestic. There are dense and magnificent palaces located among them, all of which contain a majestic aura, as if they're the palaces of the immortal world. There are strange immortal birds flying high in the sky. Hey! The Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. That place is one of the top forces of the 10 directions heavens, the Desolate Shrine. Lin Tian looked at the front from a distance, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. After pausing for a moment, he walked towards the palaces. At this time he was walking on foot, but his speed wasn't slow. Soon he arrived in front of the Desolate Shrine. Arriving in front of the desolate divine palace, the air was filled with boundless soul power. The dazzling palaces looked even more majestic and had a kind of divinity. They also carried a heavy aura of the passage of time. Obviously, this top force has a long history. Who is it? A loud voice sounded. Outside the Desolate Shrine, several disciples guarding the shrine saw Lin Tian approaching. They all stepped forward with spears in their hands, their eyes cold. However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian's appearance clearly, all of their expressions instantly changed. Reincarnation, body of samsara. These people trembled. In the past, Lin Tian's reputation in the 9th heaven was already very high. He was invincible among his peers, killed the divine sons and holy sons of several major forces, and even destroyed the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Later, his body of samsara was exposed, attracting many powerful emperors to compete for the reincarnation origin. At the same time, it was also in that battle that the powerhouses behind Lin Tian were also attracted. The peerless Beast Emperor, the heaven-defying and old drunkard, and the invincible Wu Yi, all of which shook the world. Since that battle, Lin Tian's reputation reached a new height. In the 9th heaven, no one did know the name Lin Tian. Many cultivators would feel fear when they heard this name. Now that Lin Tian was here, these people naturally recognized him with a single glance. All of them trembled and retreated. You came here. What do you want to do? After that battle, Lin Tian's reputation spread throughout the 9th heaven. Every major force and powerhouse had a deep fear of him because the people standing behind him were too terrifying, especially Wu Yi, a powerhouse above the Empyrean realm. No one dared to provoke him. After that battle, Lin Tian inexplicably disappeared. In a flash, he didn't appear for 5 years. Now that he appeared here at this time, these people were frightened. What do you want to do? Come to exterminate our sect? Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Hearing what it said, the disciples guarding the shrine trembled even more. Lin Tian actually came to exterminate their sect. Exterminate their sect. These 2 words floated in the air, undoubtedly causing these disciples to become even more frightened. You! Several people retreated. These people were disciples of the Desolate Shrine. They were usually very cold and arrogant. If it were other people who came here, they would definitely attack directly with killing intent. But now, they didn't dare to do so because the one standing in front of them was Lin Tian. They knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, and they knew that there was an invincible existence above the Empyrean realm behind Lin Tian. With such an invincible character standing behind Lin Tian, even the master of the desolate shrine would be afraid of him. Lin Tian looked at these people without the slightest emotional fluctuation. He looked very calm as he walked forward. The disciples of the desolate shrine, were terrified. Seeing Lin Tian coming, they didn't dare to do anything and kept retreating. Soon, as Lin Tian moved forward, these people retreated into the desolate shrine. Lin Tian calmly stepped forward, crossing the main gate of the desolate shrine and stepping into the desolate shrine. When one truly entered this great force, the palaces inside were even more magnificent. The aura of time was even thicker. Every palace was branded with strange array runes, and all kinds of array runes intertwined. Even the air was intertwined with array light. Why aren't you guarding the gate? What are you doing? There were many disciples coming and going in the desolate shrine. Someone spoke, and the disciples guarding the gate retreated, frowning. However, when they followed the gazes of the disciples who had retreated into the desolate shrine and saw Lin Tian walking in, all of them trembled. Say, Samsara body. These people were just like the disciples guarding the gate. They were all terrified, and many of them retreated in place. After 5 years, Lin Tian appeared again. He appeared here and walked into the desolate shrine. Everyone was terrified. Say, Samsara body is here. Someone ran deeper into the desolate shrine and screamed in horror. In the blink of an eye, this voice spread across the entire desolate divine palace. Disciples of the desolate divine palace rushed out one after another. There were outstanding geniuses, nirvana realm elders, powerful half-step monarchs, and half-emperors. All of them were shocked. In an instant, almost all of the disciples, elders, and prominent figures of the desolate shrine rushed out. Not long after, the people who walked out saw Lin Tian, and their expressions changed drastically. Samsara body was really here. Samsara body, what are you trying to do? A middle-aged man walked out. This middle-aged man was wearing luxurious clothes, and he was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. He was the master of the desolate shrine, and his cultivation was very powerful. However, when he faced Lin Tian, his expression was very ugly. He didn't have the usual dignity of the master of the desolate shrine. This was because, in the battle 5 years ago, Lin Tian's physique was exposed. The peerless figures standing behind him were all revealed, which shocked the world. All of the great inheritances and powers were extremely fearful of him. Back then, the desolate shrine targeted Lin Tian many times to obtain the eternal killing formation on Lin Tian. Moreover, their old ancestor tried to steal Lin Tian's samsara origin. They had a deep grudge against Lin Tian. Now, 5 years later, Lin Tian suddenly appeared and directly broke into this place. He had no respect for the desolate shrine at all. Obviously, he wasn't here as a guest. Obviously, he didn't come with good intentions. This made the master of the desolate shrine's expression very ugly. He's here to exterminate the sect. Whooshing Crocodile sneered and spoke, just like before. He wasn't polite at all. Lin Tian was very calm and didn't say anything. He seemed to agree with Whooshing Crocodile's words. This made the elders, deacons, and disciples of the desolate shrine tremble. They were shocked and angry. A reincarnated being broke into the desolate shrine. Was he here to exterminate the sect? He actually wanted to exterminate the desolate shrine. The master of the desolate shrine looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, Lin Tian, I admit that the people behind you are very strong, especially that woman in white. At the mention of Wu Yi, this person couldn't help but tremble. After all, she was an existence above the heavenly venerable realm. She was the synonym of invincibility. Just thinking about it made him feel a sense of fear. His lips trembled as he calmed the fear in his heart, and then he continued, Those people are very strong, and my Desolation Divine Hall isn't willing to offend them. However, don't go too far because of this. You should know that my Desolation Divine Hall isn't afraid of you, but those people behind you. You broke into the desolate shrine to exterminate the sect because of those people behind you. You trampled on the dignity of the desolate shrine. If you push it too far, it won't do any good. Today, you have barged into the Desolation Shrine and threatened to destroy it. You have committed a capital crime and should be cut into pieces. However, on account of the people behind you and the fact that the Desolation Shrine has targeted you several times in the past, the Desolation Shrine will pretend that this matter never happened. Now, it's best that you leave on your own, he said with a cold face. Looking at Lin Tian, he really wanted to give the order to suppress Lin Tian. After suppressing Lin Tian, he would be able to obtain the eternal killing array and several complete, heavenly venerable ancient scriptures. He would also be able to obtain the most precious reincarnation origin. That was the most heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. Even if there was an emperor-level little beast on Lin Tian's shoulder, he still had a way to deal with it in the Desolate Shrine. This was because the Desolate Shrine had countless killing arrays and sealing arrays. Once they were all activated, they could suppress anyone under the ninth heaven of Emperor Realm. However, he didn't dare because the people behind Lin Tian were too strong. If he really made a move against Lin Tian and angered those people, they would definitely suffer a great disaster. Even if the Desolate Shrine had been passed down for countless years and had an incomparably deep foundation, it was impossible to stop those people. Just Wu Yi alone could destroy them. You can leave. He ordered them to leave. Lin Tian looked at the person and said, "Are you done?" He remained calm and said again, "If you're done, then die." As his words fell, the air trembled and turned into a transparent sword qi, instantly piercing through the person's forehead. Blood flowed out from the forehead, and the Desolate Shrine Master fell to the ground with a bang. His life force disappeared without a trace. "Shrine Master," an elder of the Desolate Shrine shouted, his body trembling violently. At the same time, in this place, the other disciples of the Desolate Shrine trembled, all of them showing a look of horror. Their Desolate Shrine Master, who was infinitely close to the Emperor Realm, was killed in one strike in the Desolate Shrine. Many people stared at Lin Tian and stepped back. "Hey!" Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian was very calm. He turned his head and looked at the little Taichu on his shoulder. "Little guy, go to the sky and guard. If anyone tries to escape, kill them directly." Chapter 1242. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the little Taichu responded with a squeak. It left Lin Tian's shoulder and soared into the sky. Looking down from the highest point in the sky, the little guy's big eyes were bright and lively. The disciples of the Desolate Shrine couldn't help but tremble. They looked at the little Taichu in the sky with shock and fear. The reincarnated body directly stepped into the Desolate Shrine and killed their current shrine master. Then he let this emperor-level little beast stand guard in the sky and kill anyone who tried to escape. He was really here to exterminate the shrine. Many people were terrified. Their scalps went numb and they retreated. Even some of the strongest emperor-level elders were no exception. This was because just now Lin Tian killed their shrine master, who was infinitely close to the emperor level, in one strike. Such battle prowess was too terrifying for people like them. Some emperor-level experts were horrified. After 5 years, the reincarnated body had become even more terrifying. They were terrified. Scared? Aren't you a top force in the 10 Directions sky domain? The whooshing Crocodile mocked. This caused the disciples of the Desolate Shrine to tremble again. Their faces turned pale and ugly. Lin Tian was very calm. He raised his head and looked at the center of the Desolate Shrine. Almost at the next moment, 3 powerful Emperor Qi surged out. 3 figures stepped out from a majestic hall in the center of the Desolate Shrine. They all looked a little old and came here in the blink of an eye. "Supreme Elders!" A Emperor-level expert shouted with a trace of surprise and quickly bowed. At the same time, The other disciples of the desolate shrine also bowed. Now, Lin Tian was here to exterminate the shrine. He killed the current shrine master of the desolate shrine in one strike and let the emperor-level little Taichu stand guard in the sky, not letting anyone escape. These disciples of the desolate shrine were so suppressed that they couldn't breathe. They were terrified. At this moment, the appearance of several emperor-level supreme elders made these people more relaxed. A few old fools have jumped out. Whooshing crocodile sneered. Its current strength was also very strong. It could see that the 3 elders were all at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm. The 3 grand elders of the Desolation Shrine walked out. They looked at the Desolation Shrine leader's corpse on the ground, looked at the little Taichu in the sky, and finally looked at Lin Tian. Everyone's expression was not very good. "You're going too far." One of them said coldly. Of these 3 people, one was dressed in a purple robe, one was dressed in a yellow robe, and one had a head of brown hair. Their cultivations were all very powerful. Staring at Lin Tian, the 3 of them had killing intent in their eyes. Lin Tian had barged into the Desolation Shrine and killed the master of their bloodline. This was a huge blow to the Desolation Shrine's dignity. However, even so, they didn't dare to treat Lin Tian too harshly. That was because the few supreme experts behind Lin Tian made them extremely fearful. Too harshly? Back then, you targeted me time and time again, trying to seize the eternal killing formation and my reincarnation origin. I'm just here to pay you back. Lin Tian was very calm. From the beginning to the end, you didn't suffer any losses. The purple-robed elder said, "I didn't suffer any losses because I'm strong. It's your Desolation Shrine that's too weak. Are you saying that I should forgive you because you're too weak and I didn't suffer any losses?" Lin Tian said sarcastically, "You're so old, yet you've lived like a dog? How can you say such shameless words? Don't you think it's embarrassing?" The purple-robed elder's face suddenly darkened. A junior dared to talk to him like that, saying that he had lived like a dog. His eyes immediately turned gloomy and cold. He couldn't help but clench his fists, wanting to attack Lin Tian immediately. However, he couldn't resist the impulse in the end. He was really afraid of the people behind Lin Tian. "You trespassed into my Desolation Shrine and killed the current master of my Desolation Shrine. Your crimes are unforgivable. However, for the sake of the people behind you, my Desolation Shrine won't hold you accountable. You can leave," the yellow-robed elder said coldly. "Leave." Another elder said. The 3 of them wanted to kill Lin Tian. They were angry at Lin Tian's intrusion. Lin Tian's heavenly venerable ancient scripture and Lin Tian's reincarnation origin were looking forward to suppressing Lin Tian and seizing everything. However, they didn't dare to do anything because the people behind Lin Tian were too terrifying. Especially Wu Yi, they didn't dare to anger him. Lin Tian was very calm. "After destroying this place, I will leave." His voice was very calm, which made the 3 elders' eyes turn even colder. The purple-robed elder said, his eyes filled with killing intent, "Lin Tian, don't be so arrogant. Without those people, what are you? You are just an ant. We are only tolerating you for the sake of those people. Don't." Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air interrupted the elder's words. Lin Tian appeared in front of the elder in an instant, raised his hand and slapped him. Slap! A loud slap was heard, and the purple-robed elder was sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood floated in the air. In an instant, everyone was shocked. This, the Grand Supreme Elder, was actually, how is this possible? The Desolation Shrine disciples couldn't help but tremble. Their Grand Elder was at the Emperor rank, but now he was sent flying by Lin Tian's slap. He spat out blood and even a few of his teeth. Even the other 2 Grand Elders were shocked by this scene. Boom! Violent Emperor Qi surged, and the purple-robed elder stopped flying. He stared at Lin Tian in anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Lin Tian, He was an emperor rank expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years, but now he was slapped by a junior. Moreover, he was slapped in front of his disciples. Even a few of his teeth fell out. This was too humiliating. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard again. Lin Tian appeared in front of the elder again and slapped him again. Slap! The slap was very loud, and the purple-robed elder was sent flying again. More teeth fell out, and his mouth was full of blood. Instantly, everyone was shocked again. The Desolation Shrine disciples trembled. Lin Tian had given their faction's Grand Elder a second slap. 2 consecutive slaps. Their Grand Elder was at the Emperor rank. If the first slap was due to their Grand Elder's carelessness, what about the second slap? Thinking of this, and thinking of how their Hall Master was killed in a single strike, the disciples of the desolate shrine trembled even more violently. How strong was Lin Tian? Ah! The purple-robed elder roared. His eyes were red. He was slapped twice by Lin Tian in front of everyone. At this moment he stared at Lin Tian. Emperor light surged around his body, and killing intent intertwined. He was like a crazy beast. This aura was shocking and terrifying, causing many Desolation Shrine disciples to retreat. And the man stared at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. His killing intent was even stronger. In an instant, rolling hurricanes spread out. The scene was a little scary, and Emperor rank laws were rolling. Lin Tian's black hair fluttered wildly in the wind. He looked at the purple-robed elder calmly, and even disdainfully. He didn't use much strength in the 2 slaps just now. He just wanted to embarrass the purple-robed elder. Otherwise, with his current physique, he could have slapped the purple-robed elder into a pulp. He looked at the purple-robed elder and the other 2. He circulated his emperor rank divine power and faintly intertwined. In the next moment, an earth-shattering emperor's aura surged out from his body. Like a gust of wind, it instantly suppressed all of the emperor's light outside the purple-robed elder's body, causing the entire desolate shrine to shake. Even the sky was shaking. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Emperor's aura. He stepped into the emperor rank. How can this be? It has only been 5 years. 5 years ago, he was only at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. Now everyone was shocked. Even the 3 grand elders of this bloodline were greatly shaken, their expressions changing greatly. 3rd level of Emperor realm. As Lin Tian released his Emperor rank aura, these people sensed Lin Tian's current cultivation realm. He didn't just step into the Emperor rank, but the 3rd level of Emperor realm. His cultivation realm wasn't inferior to theirs at all. In just 5 years, Lin Tian actually went from the 6th level of Nirvana realm to the 3rd level of Emperor realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Thinking about it, how old was Lin Tian now? He only cultivated for a few dozen years. In just a few dozen years of cultivation, he reached the 3rd level of Emperor realm. What kind of monster was this? There had never been such a person in the history of cultivation. You! The 3's eyes flickered intensely. Even the purple-robed elder, who was furious to the extreme, felt his organs turn cold at this moment. How heaven-defying was it to reach the 3rd level of Emperor realm in just a few dozen years of cultivation? Furthermore, when they recalled that Lin Tian was the strongest reincarnation body, the 3 of them were even more horrified. How terrifying would a 3rd level of Emperor realm's strongest monarch body be? How terrifying would that be? Rumble. This space was rumbling and trembling intensely. Lin Tian's emperor light lingered around his body as though he was an ancient god emperor. You are afraid of the people behind me? Afraid that they will make a move? There is no need for that. There is no need to dirty their hands to deal with you. He looked at the 3 of them indifferently. Before you die, you better put in some effort to struggle. Otherwise, it would be too boring to be killed in a single move. His voice was calm as the emperor light intertwined around his body. The three grand elders of the desolate shrine all had ugly expressions. At this moment, the three of them knew that after Lin Tian reached the emperor realm, he was determined to destroy their lineage. The purple-robed elder gritted his teeth. You just reached the emperor realm. Even if you are a reincarnation body, don't be too arrogant. Swish! The sound of the air being pierced rang out again. Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of this person for the third time. His speed was extremely fast. Dong! The sky trembled intensely, and a large area collapsed. This time, Lin Tian directly swung his primal Chaos Emperor fist. The invincible fist aura enveloped all directions and blasted down mercilessly. Chapter 1243. The might of the primal Chaos Emperor fist soared into the sky. Vaguely, a dragon's roar and phoenix's cry could be heard, enveloping the purple-robed old man. With a boom, as though a sacred drum had been beaten, the void in all directions froze. The purple-robed old man trembled. He was at the third heaven of the emperor realm. But in the face of this terrifying fist, he felt a sense of fear. His internal organs turned cold, and in a hurry he could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block. At this moment, Lin Tian's fist steadily pressed down. With a crack, this person's arms were directly smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Tian's fist landed on his chest, penetrating it. Following that, his physical body and divine soul were shattered into pieces in the air. Blood splattered all over the place. With one punch, both body and soul were destroyed. Third brother. The other two grand elders of this lineage trembled and revealed a look of horror. At the same time, the other disciples of this lineage trembled in fear. Their lineage's supreme elder, a third sky of emperor realm expert, had lived for tens of thousands of years. Today he was actually destroyed in a single punch. How did this happen? How? Some of the quasi-emperors shuddered as they retreated. Well done. Whooshing crocodile laughed. At this moment it had already risen into the sky and leaned against little Taichu, observing the situation in the desolation divine palace. Little Taichu squeaked and blinked his big bright eyes, looking at the ground with a cute and naive look on his face. Emperor's light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. His expression was calm as he swept a glance at the other two grand elders. He was a reincarnation body, a third heaven of the emperor realm. He had experienced several terrifying heavenly tribulations, and his combat strength was far beyond cultivators of the same level. Using the primal Chaos Emperor fist to kill an emperor realm expert of the same level was as simple as drinking water. His gaze landed on the other two grand elders of this lineage as he walked forward step by step. Instantly, the two grand elders trembled and couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian, are you really determined to go against our desolation divine palace? The yellow-robed old man gritted his teeth. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He was very calm, to the point of indifference, as he continued to walk towards the two. This made the two grand elders of this lineage look even worse. They could tell that Lin Tian was determined to destroy their desolation divine palace. Since that's the case, then don't blame us. The grand elder of the two grand elders of the two grand elders of the two grand elders. As he spoke, the man and the yellow-robed elder looked at each other and formed seals. A powerful array power erupted like a volcano. Grand formation, activate! The two grand elders of the grand elders shouted. Come, it and even. It heaven and even heaven. Tao and flames and other. B and even because be heavens was the B was the was and S. Chi, it of this of. It of heaven of hell of it. This is enough to crush an expert at the peak of the eighth heaven of Emperor Realm. In the sky, the five elements crocodile's expression changed. One after another, Great formations appeared around him. It was impossible to count how many there were, and every single one of them was a great killing formation at the peak of the 9th rank. When combined together, the killing power was too terrifying. Even the 5 elements crocodile and little Tai Chu were enveloped in it, causing the 5 elements crocodile's dragon scales to stand on end. Little Tai Chu murmured. A faint 6-colored divine light rippled out, turning into a 6-colored boundary that protected him and the 5 elements crocodile. Instantly, it isolated the killing lights intertwined by the dense killing formations in the surroundings, so they were not affected. During the 5 years in the sealed dust ancient region, it had slept once and slept for 3 years before waking up. Now its cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm. It was extremely powerful and was only half a step away from reaching the Empyrean realm. Boom! Murderous aura surged in the desolate shrine. It was like an immortal wave that could destroy everything. Our desolate shrine's 10-direction killing formations are all activated. Under the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm, no one can stop it. 2 Supreme Elders are you going to kill the reincarnation body? This will bring about a disaster. We definitely can't bear the wrath of those existences behind him. The disciples of the desolate shrine were pleasantly surprised by the powerful killing formations of their own faction. Then they panicked because they could see that the 2 supreme elders of their faction were about to take action. They were afraid that if they really killed Lin Tian here, it would enrage the people behind Lin Tian. What would they use to resist, then? Boom! Killing light surged like waves. The situation was extremely terrifying. Since you insist on making an enemy out of the desolate shrine, then don't blame us. Just die here, the yellow-robed old man said coldly. The other supreme elders' eyes were also full of coldness. They were afraid of the people behind Lin Tian. They knew that killing Lin Tianyi would bring about a disaster. However, they had no other choice because Lin Tian had killed the current desolate shrine's master and an Emperor Realm expert. He was determined to kill them and destroy the desolate shrine. Under such circumstances, they could only take action. Kill. The 2 supreme elders' voices were gloomy. Since they couldn't avoid a battle to the death, they would kill Lin Tian and take everything from Lin Tian. As for those behind Lin Tian, they could abandon the desolate shrine and hide after killing Lin Tian. Then they could rely on the ancient celestial scripture and reincarnation origin to cultivate to the invincible realm. Maybe they could fight for a brighter future. Now this was the only way. Under the pressure of Lin Tian, they could only choose this path. Boom! The 2 supreme elders intertwined their emperor chi, and the killing formation around them became even more terrifying. Thousands of killing lights crazily shot towards Lin Tian. In an instant, the space became even more terrifying. The chaotic lights were rampant, and it was shocking. Lin Tian was in the center of the killing formation. He could feel the extremely terrifying killing power at the first moment, but he didn't care at all. He was a 9th rank array controller, and now that he was at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor Realm, he was the strongest reincarnation body. These terrifying killing formations were no threat to him at all. His expression was very calm, without any fancy moves. He circulated the heavenly one-soul art, and with a faint soul power, he swept the surroundings. Suddenly, a sizzling sound was heard, and the killing patterns in the surrounding void were shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the killing power in this place weakened by a lot. You, the 2 supreme elders of the desolate shrine, changed their expressions. These were the absolute killing formations of the desolate shrine that had been engraved by generations of Emperor Realm experts over the countless years. Now that they were releasing their peerless killing power, they couldn't do anything to Lin Tian at all. At this moment, they were disintegrating one by one. Using killing formations to deal with me? You've made a mistake. Lin Tian's voice was calm. The heavenly one soul art circulated automatically, and soul power intertwined, destroying one killing formation after another. This faction's disciples were shocked. So many peerless killing formations were activated at the same time, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Tian at all. Chi, Chi, Chi. The heavenly one-soul light intertwined around Lin Tian's body, and like a sword light, it slashed in all directions, destroying more killing formations in the blink of an eye. Facing the two supreme elders of this faction, Lin Tian stepped forward, like a god walking in the mortal world. Your desolate shrine has gathered countless powerful array manipulators from countless eras to construct an immortal sky formation. You want to use the so-called power of life to break through the barrier of the 10th heaven. Where is that great formation engraved? He spoke as he closed in on the two supreme elders. Back then, he knew that the desolate shrine was constructing the immortal sky formation in order to break through to the 10th heaven. At the same time, he also knew that the immortal sky formation constructed by the desolate shrine would use the power of life to activate it in the future. In fact, it was the life and blood souls of living beings. This faction wanted to use the life and souls of countless innocent living beings as the source of power to activate the immortal sky formation. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes how the upper echelons of this faction used cruel methods to collect the blood souls of living beings in the first heaven. He had seen how the blood souls lost their lives and how countless innocent people were killed. He closed in on the two supreme elders, and his eyes turned cold. Back then, I said that one day I would come to your desolate shrine and destroy your immortal sky formation. Tell me, where is that great formation engraved? On this day he came for himself. He wanted to destroy the desolate shrine and the immortal sky formation at the same time. You know quite a lot, but do you think we will tell you? The yellow-robed elder said coldly, "Kill him." The other supreme elder's eyes were vicious, and he had already made up his mind to kill Lin Tian. In the next moment, this person formed a seal, causing the desolate shrine to rumble. Then a peerless emperor's aura rushed out from the center of this faction. An ancient flag covered with array patterns rushed out, exuding an extremely shocking emperor's aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if a living ninth heaven emperor had stepped out. It was extremely terrifying. It was the pinnacle heavenly treasure of the desolate shrine, the soul-subduing flag. Whoosh! The soul-subduing flag swayed, and waves of destructive emperor's power rippled out like water ripples. Everywhere it passed, everything collapsed. This was a pinnacle heavenly treasure, and its power was terrifying. Suppress! The two supreme elders stared at Lin Tian, and their voices were extremely cold. They worked together to activate the soul-subduing flag and suppressed Lin Tian. Suddenly, an even more terrifying fluctuation surged out. The sky and earth trembled together, and dense cracks spread out continuously. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a rumble, a pagoda rushed out from his body, and a divine seal appeared. They were the two heavenly treasures he had obtained in the sealed dust ancient region, the fallen Yama Pagoda and the celestial subduing seal. Both were middle-grade heavenly treasures. Then his left hand shook, and the celestial murdering bow, which had turned into a heavenly treasure, appeared. The emperor's aura was even stronger. Chapter 1244. The soul-subduing flag flew away with a bang, injuring the yellow-robed elder and the brown-haired elder who were controlling the flag. They both coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash. You! The two trembled in fear. Lin Tian controlled 3 heavenly treasures at the same time, and none of them were weak. At the same time, in the Desolation Divine Palace, the disciples of the Desolation Divine Palace were trembling. Their faction's supreme heavenly treasure had been passed down for countless years. Now it was controlled by 2/3 Sky Emperors, but it was swept away in an instant. These people were terrified. After 5 years, the reincarnation body had become so terrifying. Whooshing crocodiles sneered. Even 8th Sky Emperors were no match for Lin Tian now. Dealing with 3/3 Sky Emperors was as easy as cutting grass, even if they had peak heavenly treasures. Lin Tian's emperor light intertwined like a god emperor inspecting the world. He approached the yellow-robed elder and the brown-haired elder step by step. "It's fine if you don't say anything. I'll see for myself." His voice was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared with a swoosh and appeared in front of the yellow-robed elder in the next moment. He raised his hand and grabbed at the yellow-robed elder. Faint emperor light sealed the void in all directions. "Soul-subduing flag." The yellow-robed elder shouted and controlled the soul-subduing flag to suppress Lin Tian. All kinds of emperor light intertwined to protect him. At the same time, the brown-haired elder on the other side also acted and controlled the soul-subduing flag together. The soul-subduing flag's aura became even more terrifying. Dense divine inscriptions pulsated and fell from the sky, bombarding Lin Tian's head. Ka! 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 Instantly, the surrounding void shattered inch by inch. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion. The three heavenly treasures beside him faced the soul-subduing flag under the control of the weapon control art. The three heavenly treasures released immortal emperor light. Under the control of the weapon control art, they became extremely powerful. With a bang, the soul-subduing flag was sent flying again. Moreover, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian stopped his attack towards the yellow-robed old man. His figure flashed and disappeared before the yellow-robed old man. In the next moment, he appeared beside the soul-subduing flag that had been swept away. His right hand formed a Tao diagram of the four symbols and pressed down directly. Damn it! He wants to steal the soul-subduing flag. The yellow-robed old man's expression changed drastically. With a boom, he unleashed a dense cloud of Emperor Tao light and shot it at Lin Tian. On the other side, the brown-haired old man was also moved. He hurriedly used his strongest killing technique to stop Lin Tian from seizing the soul-subduing flag. Lin Tian glanced at the two of them and used the divining divine technique. Dozens of divining divine elephants interweaved to meet the two of them. Boom! In the violent collision, all kinds of divine light interweaved. The yellow-robed old man and the brown-haired old man were both sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Numerous cracks appeared on their emperor bodies. Walala! On the other side, the soul-subduing flag swayed. At this time, the soldier spirit within it woke up on its own. It emitted a monstrous divine light and counterattacked Lin Tian. It struggled violently, trying to escape from Lin Tian's hands. This kind of aura was much stronger than when the yellow-robed old man and the brown-haired old man worked together. It shattered the void in all directions. Lin Tian snorted lightly. 4 layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols were released in succession. They overlapped with each other, and the divine light soared. At the same time, the fallen Yama Pagoda, the immortal subduing seal, and the immortal slaying bow, which were all heavenly treasures, also burst out with dazzling emperor light. Each of them suppressed the soul, subduing flag. Roar! The soldier spirit of the soul, subduing flag, let out a beast-like roar. The flag shook violently, interweaving with an even more terrifying killing light. This kind of killing light was very frightening. However, it was completely annihilated by the 4 layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With the cooperation of the fallen Yama Pagoda, the immortal subduing seal, and the immortal slaying bow, the 4 layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols merged into one and shot into the soul subduing flag, causing it to let out an ear-piercing scream. Once again, a large part of the void was shattered. Immediately, the soul subduing flag became quiet in the next moment. Only a faint light twined around it, bobbing up and down in the air. No. The yellow-robed old man and the brown-haired old man roared. Their eyes were red. They felt that the soldier spirit in the soul subduing flag had been erased. Their lineages, heavenly treasure, had been taken away. At the same time, the other disciples of this lineage also felt that the soul subduing flag had been taken away by Lin Tian. At this time, the soul-subduing flag had completely quieted down beside Lin Tian. It was no longer as violent as before. In this situation, it was obvious that the two supreme elders of their lineage had lost control of the soul-subduing flag. "I got a peak heavenly treasure." Whooshing crocodiles' eyes lit up. Peak heavenly treasures were not rare. The value of each one was extremely shocking. "Give it back." The yellow-robed old man and the brown-haired old man were almost crazy. They roared together and rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted and slapped them. Bang! Bang! The yellow-robed old man and the brown-haired old man coughed up blood and flew away at the same time. Their emperor bodies were almost shattered. They were at the third level of the emperor realm. How could they be a match for Lin Tian, who was at the same level as them? The difference was too great. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and imprinted his spiritual imprint on the soul-subduing flag. Then he directly suppressed the two of them. Puff! Blood splattered. He did not show any mercy at this moment. He directly caused the brown-haired old man to explode. Even his divine soul was shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. The desolate, ancient divine palace disciples were terrified. Another emperor rank supreme elder of their lineage had been killed. Oui. At this moment, even some of the boundary emperors were panicking. They could not stop their bodies from trembling. The emperor light outside Lin Tian's body intertwined. He used the soul-subduing flag to kill the brown-haired old man and temporarily saved the yellow-robed old man's life. This was because he wanted to know more about the immortal sky formation from this old man. He stepped on the void and arrived in front of the brown-haired old man in one step. He activated the heavenly treasures of the four sects and directly suppressed this old man. "What are you doing?" The yellow-robed old man trembled. He was shocked, frightened, and angry. He struggled violently, but it was useless. He could not break free. Lin Tian did not waste time talking nonsense with him. His tyrannical divine consciousness directly entered the old man's consciousness to search for what he wanted to know. After about 10 breaths, he found everything about the immortal sky formation. His divine consciousness returned to his consciousness. The yellow-robed old man was even more shocked and angry. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slapped the old man into pieces. At the same time, he also destroyed his divine soul. At this point, the 3 emperor-level supreme elders of this lineage were all killed. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the desolation godly palace. His eyes became very cold. The heavenly treasures of the 4 sects beside him erupted with terrifying divine light. For beams of emperor light rushed out and destroyed the palaces in his vision. They directly blasted a path to the depths of the desolation godly palace, leaving 4 huge trenches on the ground. Arcs of lightning crackled in the air. He stared into the depths and stepped into it with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the deepest part of the desolation godly palace. This was a spacious and boundless plain. There was not a single blade of grass in the surroundings. It looked very desolate. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked in. After 10 breaths, the air became oppressive. There were formation forces intertwining, and there was a ghost-like roar. It was very ear-piercing, as if there was hell in front of him. After a few more breaths, Lin Tian stopped. The scene in front of him had changed. The air was extremely turbid and filled with a dense, baleful aura. There were blood-colored formation patterns all over the ground and the void. It was unknown how wide the area was covered. Most importantly, numerous blood souls were howling amongst them. They had savage appearances like malicious spirits, and they formed a dense expanse. It was impossible to count exactly how many there were, but it was absolutely not less than a few hundreds of thousands of them. Without exception, these blood souls were all humans. There were old people past their prime, youths, young girls in their prime, and young children. He even saw the blood souls of infants crawling on the ground, and the resentment intertwined with each other was terrifyingly dense. F*CK, this is the so-called power of all living beings collected by this lineage. This group of F*curs. When the whooshing crocodile heard about the immortal heavenly formation from Lin Tian, it was now in the sky and had been paying attention to Lin Tian's movements. At this time, it naturally saw the scene. Even an old monster, like it could not help but raise its eyebrows. This was simply too bloody and cruel. How inhumane must one be to be able to achieve this step and collect so many bloody souls? Yeah. The little Taichu made a sound and widened its intelligent eyes. Lin Tian's body intertwined with the Emperor's light as he looked at the densely packed, bloody souls. Then he looked deeper and saw a jade platform covered with blood-colored patterns. A black-robed old man sat cross-legged on it and was devouring the bloody souls in this space. He directly swallowed them into his body and refined them. The aura emitted from his body was cold and penetrating. It was somewhat terrifying. The ancestor of the primordial shrine. The whooshing crocodile also saw this person. This old bastard is devouring these bloody souls to cultivate. Is he using this method to make up for the cultivation that was weakened by Miss Wu Yi? Back then, the ancestor of the primordial shrine went to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. It had seen it before and naturally recognized it at a glance. At that time, the ancestor of the primordial shrine was weakened by Wu Yi from the peak of the 9th heaven to the 2nd heaven. Now he was already at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. This was clearly the result of devouring the bloody souls here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recover so quickly. This old bastard, isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? It gritted its teeth. Devouring the blood and souls of innocent creatures to cultivate like this was just too cruel. It really didn't have a shred of humanity. Lin Tian's eyes turned even colder, and the chill was terrifying. He looked at the blood-colored formation patterns and knew that when these patterns were combined, it would be the immortal heavenly formation that the primordial shrine spent countless years to prepare. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he stared ahead with cold eyes and walked step by step towards the primordial shrine's ancestor. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. It was also at this moment that the primordial shrine's ancestor opened his eyes in the immortal heavenly formation. 2 rays of blood-colored light flashed and disappeared. His eyes turned blood-red as he stared straight at Lin Tian. Reincarnation Body. Chapter 1245. The ancestor of the primordial shrine sat cross-legged on the jade platform in the immortal sky formation. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura, and his voice was hoarse as if he was possessed. His eyes were blood-red, like a ghost emperor from hell. He gave off a creepy vibe. Why are you here? He stared at Lin Tiandao. He had been cultivating here, isolated from the outside world. Now that he saw Lin Tiandao appear here, his blood-red eyes flashed with surprise, coldness, and hatred. He had been demoted from the Emperor 9th heaven to the 2nd heaven by Wu Yi. He blamed Lin Tiandao for this. At the same time, he stared at Lin Tiandao with greed in his eyes. He wanted to suppress Lin Tiandao and seize Lin Tiandao's reincarnation origin. That was a heaven-defying treasure. Once he got his hands on it, the benefits would be unimaginable. However, he did not dare to do so because the people behind Lin Tiandao were too terrifying. He could not afford to offend any one of them. Ancestor, he's here to destroy our primordial shrine. The 3 grand elders have all been killed by him, and the soul-subduing flag has also been snatched away by him. An old quasi-emperor shouted from afar. What? The ancestor of the primordial shrine was shocked. He spread out his powerful emperor-level divine sense and shrouded the entire primordial shrine. Then he was shocked because he sensed that the 3 supreme elders had really disappeared. At the same time, he saw the soul-subduing flag, which was supposed to be his peak heavenly treasure, floating beside Lin Tiandao. It had turned into Lin Tiandao's heavenly treasure. How dare you do this? The ancestor raised his eyebrows. Lin Tiandao's eyes were cold. He stepped into the immortal sky formation and appeared on the jade platform again. The ancestor was shocked. You! Bang! Lin Tian raised his leg and lashed out with a whip kick, landing firmly on the ancient desolate ancestor's face and sending him flying a few thousand meters away. The ancestor coughed up blood and flew away. His head was almost smashed by Lin Tiandao. Half of his face was torn and bloody. Patriarch! Inside the desolate shrine, a group of desolate shrine disciples trembled. Their most powerful ancestor had been sent flying with a single kick. His head had almost shattered, causing the fear in many people's hearts to grow even stronger. Their internal organs turned cold. Roar! Ugh! Within the immortal heavenly formation, blood souls were densely packed. They were all incomparably ferocious, and their resentment and baleful auras intertwined. It was very horrifying. Lin Tian walked towards the primordial ancestor step by step. The ancient desolate ancestor stood up from afar, his eyes bloodshot. This was a side effect of refining too many blood souls, and it would take some time for him to recover. After healing his wounds, he stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Lin Tian, you actually... Schwa! The sound of air being torn apart rang out, cutting off this person's words. In the next moment, Lin Tian appeared in front of this person and kicked out again. With a pung sound, the ancient ancestor was sent flying again. This time, half of his head was smashed apart. The scene was horrifying. Ah! The ancient, desolate ancestor roared. After healing his wounds, his eyes became even redder. He had been kicked in the face twice by Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he stepped forward. You tried to steal my eternal killing formation and my life source. You cruelly collected the blood souls of your own kind and relied on them to cultivate. I'll settle all these debts with you. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of the barren ancient ancestor again and lashed out with his leg again. The ancient desolate ancestor was sent flying. Half of his face was smashed as he rolled a few hundred meters away. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian's figure flashed and appeared next to him again, punching him directly. Bang! This punch landed firmly on the ancient desolate ancestor's chest, shattering his ribs and creating a huge crater on the ground. The ancient desolate ancestor coughed out blood and screamed. His eyes were even redder. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out again. This time, the kick almost broke the ancient desolate ancestor's waist. Blood continued to flow. Old thing. His eyes were extremely cold. In a flash, he appeared in front of the ancient desolate ancestor and punched him. He had long known that the desolate shrine was wantonly collecting the blood souls of living beings in order to use them to activate the immortal heavenly array in the future in an attempt to break through the barrier of the 10th layer of heaven. However, when he really came here and saw the densely packed blood souls, he couldn't help but feel angry. He even saw the blood souls of infants among them. When he saw that the ancient desolate ancestor was using the blood souls to cultivate and recover his lost cultivation, he was even more furious. This person was not human. Bang! A heavy punch pierced through the void and landed on the ancient desolate ancestor's face, smashing his head into pieces. Clang! The sword chimed, and an emperor's sword that was completely formed by divine power appeared in his hand. He slashed down fiercely. With a puff, the ancient desolate ancestor was turned into a bloody mist. Old ancestor. Even the old ancestor is not his match. The disciples of the ancient desolate shrine were terrified. Ah! A roar that was filled with hostility rang out. The ancient desolate ancestor's bloody mist surged and reformed into his emperor physical body. He stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes were even redder. His killing intent was thick, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. Lin Tian! He roared. After being injured again and again, He finally saw Lin Tian's current cultivation. He was even more furious. After 5 years, Lin Tian had reached the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm from the 6th heaven of the Nirvana realm. He stared at Lin Tian with monstrous, killing intent in his eyes. "Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep and want to fight to the death, then I'll kill you. I'll take your reincarnation origin. At most, I'll give up the ancient, desolate shrine and hide from those people." He roared. The 3 supreme elders were killed, and the soul-subduing flag was taken away. He knew that he and Lin Tian were in a situation where one of them had to die. Since it was already like this, he had nothing to be afraid of. He really wanted to kill Lin Tian. "Immortal Heaven Formation, activate!" He roared and formed a magical seal. As the seal was formed, the blood-red formation runes on the ground lit up. The blood souls in the killing formation roared and were sucked into the jade platform that he was sitting on before. Instantly, the void and earth in this place shook violently. A peerless killing intent spread out. Boom! This kind of killing intent was horrifying. It caused the wind and clouds to lose their color. A pitch-black wind swept up, and black lightning descended from the sky. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. That kind of killing intent seemed to want to bury the world. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile suddenly changed its expression. This killing formation. It stared in front of it, the scales on its body standing up. It felt that this killing intent was extremely terrifying. It was not much weaker than the underworld god killing formation that the underworld ancestor had set up in the sealed dust ancient region. It could definitely kill anyone below the celestial master level. Even the little Taichu widened its eyes. Apparently it felt threatened. Boom! In the depths of the ancient, desolate shrine, the black wind roared angrily. The terrifying killing intent was still increasing, as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. Although the heaven formation is not complete and can only be used once, it's enough to deal with you. The ancient, desolate ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He activated the immortal heaven formation with a seal, causing the jade platform in the center of the formation to absorb the blood souls in this place even more crazily. It burst out with even more terrifying killing intent. It was terrifying to the extreme. He looked at Lin Tian and said crazily, "Reincarnation body! Your reincarnation origin, your everything is mine." The veins in his eyes became even more bloodshot. He activated the immortal heaven formation crazily, causing the formation to release even more terrifying killing intent. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead danced wildly in the wind. He deeply felt the terrifying aura of the immortal heaven formation at this moment. He tilted his head and looked at the jade platform, seeing the blood souls being absorbed by it. His eyes became even colder. Boom! A terrifying emperor's aura rushed out from his body. Golden blood energy pierced through the clouds. His terrifying emperor's power shook the 9 heavens. At the same time, he raised his hands and formed seals at a speed that even emperors could not see clearly. Boundless soul power surged. Suddenly, a few crisp sounds came from this place. The jade platform at the center of the immortal heaven formation shook violently. Golden soul runes appeared and suppressed the jade platform so that it could no longer absorb the blood souls in this place. The blood-colored runes on the immortal heaven formation shattered bit by bit, and cracks appeared on the jade platform. Furthermore, golden soul runes appeared in other parts of the immortal heaven formation in this space. Immediately, the runes of the immortal heaven formation in these parts began to shatter. It was as if ice had encountered a raging fire. The ancient ancestor trembled. His expression changed drastically. "What's going on? What did you do?" The immortal heaven formation was created by countless powerful array manipulators from countless eras. Although it was not truly completed, it was not far from it. Every single rune was indestructible. But now, whether it was the immortal heaven formation runes on the jade platform in the center of the formation, or the runes in other parts of the formation, They were all shattering and disappearing bit by bit. Chi, chi, chi. Soft sounds continued. The Golden Soul runes jumped and destroyed the runes of the Immortal Heaven formation. Suddenly, the terrifying killing intent of the Immortal Heaven formation weakened. Then it fell silent. What are these things? What did you do? The ancient ancestor stared at the Golden Soul runes and then at Lin Tian. He roared in shock and anger. Lin Tian took a step forward and appeared in front of the ancient ancestor. Then he lashed out with his leg and landed a vicious kick on the ancient ancestor's face. The Golden Soul runes on the Jade platform and other parts of the Immortal Heaven formation were secretly branded by him when he entered the Immortal Heaven formation and sent the ancient ancestor flying again and again. They were called Soul runes and were recorded in the Immortal Heaven formation runes. They were a divine art recorded in the Immortal Heaven formation runes. They could easily destroy a cultivator's divine soul and destroy all kinds of formation runes. He could guess that the immortal heavenly formation of the desolate divine palace was very scary, so he had already engraved this kind of divine art on the various parts of the immortal heavenly formation. Now that the desolate ancient ancestor had activated the immortal heavenly formation, Zhongyu also activated all the god transformation talismans he had secretly engraved to destroy the most important runes of the immortal heavenly formation, causing it to fall silent. Puff! Chapter 1246. In the depths of the desolate ancient divine palace, the desolate ancient ancestor was sent flying again, shattering into pieces, causing all the disciples to tremble in fear. Old ancestor! The disciples were terrified. Even the strongest patriarch of their bloodline was no match for Lin Tian. Even their most powerful, deathless heavenly formation had been suppressed by Lin Tian. This caused their bodies to turn cold, and they broke out in cold sweat. Ah! The desolate ancient ancestor roared. He didn't die yet and immediately reformed his large body. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes turning even redder, filled with hostility. Heaven formation, open! He roared. He exerted his full strength, causing the immortal heaven formation to vibrate again. Many of the formation runes emitted terrifying radiance. Lin Tian's eyes were extremely cold. He pressed forward step by step, causing more god transformation runes to appear in the void. For a moment, sizzling sounds could be heard. The immortal heaven formation's formation runes were quickly destroyed. No matter how strong the formation is, as long as the formation runes are destroyed before it is activated, it's nothing. His voice was cruel. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the desolate ancient ancestor and punched down. With a bang, the desolate ancient ancestor was sent flying. He was still in the air, but his body was torn apart again. Blood splattered all over the sky. The desolate ancient ancestor roared. His large body reformed again, and his face became extremely ferocious. Damn it, damn it, damn it! You're only at the third heaven of the Emperor Realm, and I'm 4 levels higher than you. How can I be suppressed by you? He was a little crazy. He circulated his divine power with all his might. All kinds of formation runes interweaved, and all kinds of killing lights surged towards Lin Tian like an ocean. As far as the eye could see, every inch of the void here was imprinted with dense formation runes. Every single formation rune was incomparably terrifying, as if it could move mountains and fill seas. It was as if it could crush everything in the world with its terrifying might. I have to say, this old man's attainments and formations are terrifying. In the distant sky, whooshing crocodiles said, "Wang." Inside the immortal heavenly formation, the desolate ancient ancestor created countless formation runes that looked like billions of celestial birds flapping their wings. These formation patterns were very shocking. As they pressed down on Lin Tian, they turned into one killing formation after another in the blink of an eye. Although they were far less powerful than the immortal heavenly formation just now, they were still very terrifying. They even tore apart the air. Here, the void was shattering inch by inch, the surface collapsing inch by inch. The scene was a bit terrifying, extremely horrifying. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed formation patterns enveloped Lin Tian completely, and all kinds of killing lights pressed down on him. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. His expression did not change at all. Beside him, golden light intertwined. Divine talismans appeared one after another, suppressing all directions. Chi, chi, chi. With a series of light noises, the various killing lights of the array formations that were pressing forward were all shattered. Moreover, the God Transformation Talisman was vibrating. Strands of golden soul light spread out in all directions and annihilated strands of formation patterns. He walked on the ground and passed through the terrifying dense formation patterns. He was not affected at all and walked on the ground as if he was walking on flat ground. This scene made the disciples in the desolate shrine even more fearful. Many of them could not help but tremble. This kid's attainments in the art of array formations are much stronger than the desolate shrine's ancestor. Whooshing Crocodile muttered, "Yeah." Little Taichu's big eyes curved. He looked into the depths of the desolate shrine and called out in a childish voice. It was very happy. There, Lin Tian was surrounded by the God Transformation Talisman. He annihilated the formation patterns and pressed on towards the desolate ancient ancestor. No, impossible. This is impossible. The desolate ancient ancestor retreated. He had already displayed his array formation skills to the extreme, but he could not do anything to Lin Tian. His eyes were a little bloodshot. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. His face became even more ferocious. "Damn it!" He roared fiercely and began to activate the great Tao law. Several types of terrifying Tao radiance appeared together and shone brightly. Emperor-level powerhouses could control many great Taos. At this moment, he activated 9 types of great Tao law in a row. They were all great Taos that were at the forefront of the 3,000 great Taos. They turned into a Tao Sea and attacked Lin Tian together with various array formations. This was his strongest combat power. As soon as he used it, the ground shook violently and the murderous aura surged. One could see that the void was being annihilated. Spatial turbulence, intertwined, and chaotic light was rampant. This was a terrifying, offensive momentum that pressed down towards Lin Tian. The terrifying aura transformed into waves of shocking killing gales that blew the black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead, causing his clothes to flutter in the wind. "This old guy is going all out." Whooshing Crocodile said in the distance. Boom! In the depths, the murderous aura and Tao radiance became even more terrifying. The desolate ancient ancestor roared. The power of array, divine power, and Tao power intertwined and rolled. All the power fell on Lin Tian. The murderous hurricane became stronger. The black hair on Lin Tian's forehead swayed even more wildly. However, his expression did not change at all. It was still cold and indifferent. He walked towards the desolate ancient ancestor. Then, in the next moment, a monstrous emperor's aura spread out from his body. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for countless years had suddenly erupted. It shook the heavens and the vast earth. He stepped forward, raised his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. Strands of lightning intertwined at the tip of his fist. He directly punched forward. Boom! It was as if a sacred drum had been struck, but also as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. In this place, the space in all directions was enveloped by his fist. A wave of terrifying great force swept forward, destroying everything in its path as it transformed into a perfectly straight beam of destructive light. As the beam of light passed by, the divine power, array patterns, and Tao power of the desolate ancient shrine's ancestor were shattered one by one. Then, the beam of light easily pierced through the ancestor's chest and shattered it. Ah! The ancestor roared. Blood, mist wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, his emperor body was reformed. Impossible! He stared at Lin Tian and roared. He had already used his strongest combat power, but it could not do anything to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Emperor's aura surged around his body as he walked towards the desolate ancient ancestor. The desolate ancient ancestor could not help but tremble. When he met Lin Tian's gaze, he could not help but take a step back. Lin Tian's gaze was too cold. It was so cold that the ancestor could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He kept retreating. Lin Tian stepped on the ground with steady steps. In the next moment, his body swayed and he appeared in front of the desolate ancient ancestor. Bang! A powerful punch landed directly on the desolate ancient ancestor's body. The desolate ancient ancestor was sent flying. Half of his emperor body was shattered and blood flowed out. Ah! The desolate ancient ancestor screamed and quickly reformed his body. Lin Tian raised his hand. Elixir light surged and a few elixir talismans appeared. They moved quickly and directly entered the desolate ancient ancestor's body. Instantly, the desolate ancient ancestor trembled. Although his injuries were quickly healing, he could not help but scream in pain. What have you done? His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Lin Tian. At this moment, he felt as if thousands of ants were biting his flesh. The pain was unbearable. I won't let you die easily. Lin Tiandao. The elixir talismans he had just shot out were a type of poison recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. After entering a cultivator's body, not only would it destroy their flesh, but it would also destroy their meridians, origin, and divine soul. It was very terrifying and difficult to neutralize. Ah! The desolate ancient ancestor screamed and roared. He used his divine power to expel the elixir talismans that Lin Tian had shot into his body and neutralize the pain. However, the effect was not obvious. The pain was still increasing. Lin Tian stepped forward and stepped next to the desolate ancient ancestor again. His right hand formed elixir talismans, and he shot 9 of them into the desolate ancient ancestor's body. The 9 elixir talismans entered the desolate ancient ancestor's mind and directly entangled his divine soul, beginning to disintegrate it. The process was not fast. Lin Tian deliberately slowed it down so that the desolate ancient ancestor would experience the most pain. Ah! Immediately, the desolate ancient ancestor screamed even more miserably. He fell to the ground and crazily tore at his hair. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked, sending the desolate ancient ancestor flying thousands of feet away. Then the sound of swords clanged, for rays of sword light descended from the sky and pierced the desolate ancient ancestor's limbs, nailing him to the ground. Blood flowed out like a stream. The desolate ancient ancestor screamed and struggled, but what greeted him was a Tao diagram of the 4 symbols that directly sealed his divine power. Now, you are like an ordinary person. Slowly you will experience the feeling of your flesh and divine soul being destroyed bit by bit. Lin Tiandao. The desolate ancient ancestor trembled and his eyes were bloodshot. You are so ruthless. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He screamed and struggled, but it was useless. His divine power was sealed by the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols, and he could not break free. During this process, the elixir talismans and elixir talismans in his body were slowly destroying his flesh and divine soul. The pain was too intense. Ruthless? Lin Tian looked down at the desolate ancient ancestor. Back then, you targeted me and tried to steal the eternal killing array and my origin. Do you have the right to say that I'm ruthless? His eyes were cold. Look at the bloody souls here. Do you have the right to say that I'm ruthless? Yuk clang. The sound of swords was ear-piercing. Another ray of sword light descended and pierced the desolate ancient ancestor's abdomen, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The desolate ancient ancestor screamed. His divine power had been sealed by Lin Tian. Other than his strong vitality, he was no different from an ordinary person. Under the double corrosion of the elixir talismans and elixir talismans, as well as the sword strike, the pain increased exponentially. It was as if he was enduring the torture of the 18 levels of hell. It was extremely painful. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He looked away from the desolate ancient ancestor, who was screaming and struggling. He looked at the densely packed bloody souls in the immortal sky formation. Then he looked at the other disciples of the same lineage in the desolate shrine. In this place, there were hundreds of thousands of bloody souls. It was impossible for one person to have collected them. It was the work of a group. At this moment, his glabella shone. His emperor-level divine sense covered the entire desolate shrine. With his powerful cultivation, he forcefully searched the memories of all the disciples who had participated in the collection of these bloody souls. Soon his memories appeared in his mind. Clang! The sound of swords was ear-piercing. Thousands of sword rays appeared in the sky and covered the entire desolate shrine. Then, the sword rays fell like rain and slashed into the desolate shrine. Chapter 1247. With Lin Tian's strength at the third heaven of the Emperor Realm, the soaring heaven's sword radiance was unstoppable. These sword radiances enveloped the entire desolate ancient divine palace, piercing through the void and slashing downwards. In the blink of an eye, blood, mist exploded. Ah! A half-emperor expert screamed as the soaring heaven's sword radiance pierced through his forehead. He died instantly, his body and soul destroyed. No. Beside him, a half-step emperor let out a terrified scream as he watched the soaring heaven's sword radiance descend from the sky. He used all his divine power to resist, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed into pieces. PFFF! 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 Flowers of blood exploded within the desolate ancient divine palace. It was as if flowers of blood were blooming. It was bloody and demonic. In an instant, the entire desolate ancient divine palace was in chaos. The disciples of the desolate ancient divine palace frantically ran away. Disciples of the desolate ancient divine palace were constantly exploding, their blood dyeing the ground red. At this moment, screams and blood, mist became the only things that could be heard. Damn it, stop! You bloodthirsty devil! The desolate ancient ancestors' eyes were about to pop out. These people were all disciples of the desolate ancient divine palace. Now, they were all being killed by Lin Tian. He was really destroying their desolate ancient divine palace. Clang! The soaring heaven sword radiance descended and pierced through the desolate ancient ancestor's chest. The desolate ancient ancestor couldn't help but scream as blood flowed out of his mouth. Even his eyes were bleeding. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He used his Emperor Realm divine sense to forcefully peek into the memories of all the desolate ancient divine palace disciples. At this moment, the people he killed were all people who used cruel methods to collect the blood souls of other living beings. They were all people who were seeking death. Ah! Screams of fear echoed within the desolate ancient divine palace. As the soaring heaven sword radiance descended, blood mist exploded one after another. No one could block the soaring heaven sword radiance because it was an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, it was slashed by an Emperor Realm reincarnation body. Even an ordinary early-stage Emperor Realm expert might not be able to block it. Run! Run! Someone shouted and rushed out of the desolate shrine. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He only wanted to live. At the top of the sky, the little Tai Chu grumbled in dissatisfaction. A six-colored divine light descended, enveloping the people who were trying to escape. They were immediately shattered into pieces, turning into starlight that dissipated. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The little guy remembered what Lin Tian had said. He was to guard the sky and kill anyone who tried to escape. Are you going to kill us all? No, I don't want to die. Spare me, spare me. Many people who also wanted to escape didn't dare to rush out when they saw the scene. All of them were extremely terrified. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He stood in the depths of the desolate shrine without moving. Towering heaven's sword radiance continued to descend, and the blood mist continued to explode. Ah, stop! Stop, you bastard! The desolate ancient ancestor roared. These were his disciples and grand disciples, the true strength of the desolate shrine. But now these people were being killed one by one. His heart was bleeding. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Another towering heaven's sword radiance pressed down and pierced through this person again. Very painful. Then, do you know how those people who were killed by you and used as source energy to activate the array felt? Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. You. Clang. 3 consecutive sword radiance descended and pierced through this person's body, causing the desolate ancient ancestor to scream again. At the same time, the screams in the desolate shrine became even more ear-piercing. More and more desolate ancient disciples died under the sword radiance. No, I don't want to die. Spare me. Screams, cries of fear, and pleas for mercy intertwined. The entire desolate shrine was shrouded in blood at this moment. People kept exploding. Ah, this place was almost turned into hell. Blood stained every inch of the ground. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he was merciless. There was no need for him to show mercy to these people. They all deserved to die. Ah, stop it. After the desolate old ancestor died, his eyes were bloodshot. His disciples and grand disciples were killed one after another. This was destroying the desolate, godly temple. This was too much for him to bear. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he trembled. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He pressed down on the desolate ancient ancestor a few more times, opening up a few more bloody holes on his body. Ah, the desolate ancient ancestor screamed. At this time his divine power was sealed. Enduring such attacks was excruciating. Moreover, at the same time, the poison pill talisman and the god transformation talisman in his body were destroying his flesh and soul. The pain was increasing. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the sword radiance continued. Above the desolate shrine, towering heaven's sword radiance slashed down continuously. After a full 15 minutes, there were no more towering heaven's sword radiance falling from the sky. In the desolate shrine, more than half of the disciples were dead. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He had killed more than half of the people. Most of these people had killed innocent people and then collected their blood souls. They brought them back to the desolate shrine and threw them into the mortal heaven array as source energy to activate the array in the future. More than half of the disciples of a top force had done such inhumane things. This made his eyes cold. This was the desolate shrine. It was more like the desolate shrine. He looked at the remaining disciples in the desolate shrine. These people had not killed anyone to collect their blood souls, so he did not kill them directly. However, he would not let them go easily. After all, they were his enemies. Wang. He raised his hand, and a Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared, covering the entire desolation shrine. A large amount of divine light fell, enveloping all the disciples of the desolation shrine who were still alive. Strands of light of the 4 symbols entered their bodies. After a few breaths, the 4 symbols Tao diagram that enveloped the desolate shrine dissipated. The disciples of the desolate shrine who were still alive did not have any injuries on the surface, but they were all trembling. Their eyes were filled with panic. My cultivation, where is my divine power? Where is my divine power? My cultivation is gone. The disciples of the desolate shrine panicked. Everyone felt that their cultivation was gone. Their bodies were empty. All of you, get out of here. Lin Tian's voice rang out. He did not kill these people. Instead, he used the four symbols Tao diagram to erase their cultivation, cutting off their cultivation path. The disciples of the desolate shrine who were still alive trembled. Their faces were filled with despair. "We are crippled." These people trembled. They had fallen from powerful cultivators to ordinary mortals and could no longer embark on the path of cultivation. This blow was too great. "I'm already merciful enough that I didn't kill you. Why aren't you scramming? Or do you want to die here?" Whooshing Crocodile looked down from the sky and sneered. The disciples of the Shrine of Desolation who were still alive and had their cultivations crippled trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. "Let's go. We'll leave immediately," someone said in a trembling voice. All of a sudden, the disciples of the Desolation Shrine ran out of the Desolation Shrine in a sorry state. Because they had lost their cultivation, they stumbled and fell a few times midway. However, they quickly got up and ran out of the shrine in a frenzy. Although it was hard to accept that their cultivation was crippled, at least they were still alive. It was much better than dying. At this time, these people ran out crazily, afraid that Lin Tian would suddenly change his mind and kill them here. Because their cultivation had been crippled, their speed was naturally slower than usual. After more than an hour, everyone finally ran out of the Desolation Shrine. They did not even look back as they fled into the distance without stopping for even a moment. The entire desolate shrine was empty in an instant. "Ah, bastard!" In the depths of the desolate shrine, the elders of the desolate shrine roared. Their faces were ferocious as they stared at Lin Tian with hatred and resentment. More than half of the disciples of the desolate shrine were dead, and a small number of them escaped after being crippled. The desolate shrine was completely destroyed. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked down at this person. "You asked for it." He only uttered these 3 words, and a dense sword light descended from the sky. At this time he no longer hesitated. After letting the desolate ancestor witness the destruction of the desolate shrine, he mercilessly attacked, directly destroying the desolate ancestor's body and soul. In an instant, the desolate shrine quieted down. Only the blood souls in the immortal sky formation where Lin Tian was standing were roaring. Each blood soul was surrounded by an extremely dense, murderous aura. "Kid, what should we do with these blood souls?" Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu floated over. There were too many blood souls in this place. They were all human blood souls. Each of them had a ferocious face and was filled with resentment. "Roar!" At this moment, these blood souls roared and stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. They all pounced on them, their blood-red, murderous aura surging. Lin Tian's body emitted a golden divine light, forming a sturdy divine screen that blocked all the blood souls outside. "Roar!" These blood souls looked ferocious as they crazily crashed into the divine light screen. They were like hungry beasts that wanted to devour Lin Tian and the others. Whooshing Crocodile frowned and said, "It seems that we have to destroy them all. Otherwise, once they fall into the outside world, it will definitely cause a disaster. Many people will suffer." These blood souls were filled with resentment and murderous aura. The main reason was that there were too many of them. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. If so many blood souls were to fall into the cultivation world, it would definitely cause a great disaster. If they were to fall into the mortal world, it would be even more disastrous. Lin Tian looked at these blood souls and listened to Whooshing Crocodile's words. He nodded slightly. Directly destroying them was a bit cruel to these blood souls. However, at the same time, it was a kind of release. Moreover, Whooshing Crocodile was right. If these blood souls were not destroyed, once they were to fall into the outside world, it would indeed cause a great disaster. Many other creatures would die because of them. My apologies. He looked at the densely packed blood souls and said in a low voice. Chapter 1248. At the same time, Lin Tian also propped up the reincarnation diagram, the vast and mighty aura of a supreme god and saint instantly magnified by countless times, completely enveloping the immortal heaven formation. Light radiated in all directions. "Sorry," he said again. With a slight thought, the dense sword radiance and the reincarnation diagram pressed down together. This was an unparalleled power, but there was no killing intent at all. Instead, it was very gentle. This was because he was not dealing with enemies. His intention was to free these blood souls. In the next moment, the sword radiance and the reincarnation diagram covered all directions. The light enveloped everything and drowned everything. The divine light was very dense, blocking one's vision. The vicious and ferocious roars disappeared in an instant, and the place quieted down. When the divine light dissipated, it was still a flat ground. The murderous aura in the air disappeared, and so did the densely packed blood souls. Wisps of wind swept by. It settled. Whooshing crocodiles said. Lin Tian looked around and nodded slightly. He took a deep breath, looked at the desolate shrine, and turned to leave. However, at this moment, the quiet space suddenly trembled slightly, and rays of light lit up on their own. These rays of light were like stars, pure white and very pure. Moreover, they carried the power of the soul. Buzz! The light flickered, and the soul power in this space became denser. Then, in the next moment, densely packed soul shadows appeared. There were old people in their twilight years, youths and young girls in their prime. There were even soul shadows carrying young babies. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed, and his demonic eyes widened. This is... Yeah. Little Taichu also widened his eyes. Lin Tian was also moved, revealing a look of surprise. These soul shadows were clearly the blood souls that he had shattered with the reincarnation diagram and the reincarnation diagram. They had actually reappeared. At the same time, he discovered another point. That was, these soul shadows were different from before. They were not ferocious and venomous. They seemed peaceful. Thank you. A soul voice was heard, floating in this space. Within the range of the immortal heavenly formation, all the soul shadows looked at Lin Tian with deep gratitude. Then, in the next moment, these soul shadows began to blur. In the blink of an eye, they turned into pure white light beams that shot into the sky like a rain of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the place became quiet again. This is terminal lucidity. Weren't they all crushed just now? How could such a thing happen? The baleful aura has disappeared, and he still has his original consciousness? Whooshing Crocodile stared at him in disbelief. Lin Tian frowned. That's a pure soul. He could tell that those soul shadows were pure souls, but he didn't understand why that would happen. Could it be that the towering heaven sword radiance and the reincarnation diagram only cut off their baleful aura and resentment, freeing their originally pure souls from the baleful aura and resentment, and then they disappear on their own? He muttered to himself. He frowned as he thought about this, but then shook his head. Forget it. This scene was a little strange, but it was a good ending. Although he didn't understand, he didn't want to think too much about it. He looked at the ancient buildings of the Desolation Godly Palace. He didn't destroy many of them before, so he walked over. After all, the Desolation Godly Palace was one of the top forces in the 10 Directions heavenly domain. After countless years, the Desolation Godly Palace must have accumulated a lot of treasures. Now that the Desolation Godly Palace had been destroyed, he naturally had to search for these treasures and take them away. Let's go and see what treasures this godly palace has. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Soon, the man and the 2 beasts arrived at the Desolation Godly Palace and began to search for the treasure room where the treasures of this godly palace were stored. Clang! A stone door covered with ancient runes was pushed open. There were many precious weapons on display, all shining with cold light. Some of the precious weapons even let out clanging sounds as if they had souls, exuding an extremely fierce, murderous aura. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were 3 quasi-heavenly treasures, dozens of sacred weapons, hundreds of divine weapons, and countless Tao weapons, immortal weapons, and other precious weapons of other levels. He waved his hand and put away all the precious weapons. Let's continue to the next place, Whooshing Crocodile said. Soon they opened the scripture, Vault of the Desolation, Godly Palace. There were many precious skills of this godly palace, all of which were extraordinary. Among them, there were 2 ancient scriptures that were the most valuable. They were respectively the Desolate Ancient Formation Canon and the Formation Origin Wondrous Technique. They were both emperor-level ancient scriptures that included cultivation methods and many formation techniques. They were extremely astonishing. Moreover, this godly palace also collected another ancient scripture of the emperor level, called the 9 Paths to Godhood. It was also very powerful and shockingly valuable. In addition, there were many other precious skills of various levels. Not bad. Lin Tian muttered to himself and put away all the ancient scriptures. There were many halls in the Desolation Godly Palace. They left the scripture vault and soon opened another hall. It was the elixir vault of the Desolation Godly Palace. There were all kinds of baodan and herbs inside. Not only was there a baodan that could temporarily increase one's cultivation, but there were also immortal pills like the Imperial Air Pill that could permanently increase one's cultivation. Next place, Whooshing Crocodile said. The group continued to search, opening one hall after another. There were all kinds of treasures and rare treasures. After all, the Desolation Godly Palace had been passed down for countless years. After such a long time, there would naturally be a lot of good things accumulated. Crack! When another treasure vault was opened, there was a flash of light inside. There was an extremely rich fluctuation of spiritual qi. There were piles of Lingjing and immortal Lingjing. Lin Tian roughly glanced and found that the total amount of Lingjing was about 500 million pounds. It's much less than the 8th Netherworld Lord. Whooshing Crocodile said, when they were in the sealed dust ancient region, they had seized more than 3 billion pounds of Lingjing in the 8th Netherworld Lord. The Netherworld race is a super race. Their inheritance is many times older than the Desolation Godly Palace. They sit in the huge sealed dust ancient region. Such a big race's territory naturally has more Lingjing than the Desolation Godly Palace. Lin Tiandao said. Soon after, they searched through every single great hall of the desolate divine palace. They found many treasures, all of them quite extraordinary. In the end, the treasure weapons, baodan, ancient scriptures, Lingjing, herbs, and other rare treasures were all plundered. It's very rich. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The value of this godly palace's heritage was indeed amazing. The next moment, the dragon runes under his feet flickered and shook the ground, revealing the scene below the Desolation Godly Palace. Below, it was the foundation of the Desolation Godly Palace. There were 3 super dragons circling below, all of which were divine veins. At the same time, there were dozens of source veins, hundreds of immortal veins, and tens of thousands of spirit veins. When combined, the spiritual energy was terrifying. As expected of the foundation of a top force, Whooshing Crocodile praised. 3 divine veins, dozens of source veins, hundreds of immortal veins, and tens of thousands of spirit veins. Such a foundation was really powerful. The dragon runes under Lin Tian's feet spread. With his emperor-level cultivation, he activated the dragon burial scripture and compressed the immortal veins, source veins, and divine veins into inch-sized dragons. It's about time, he said, and called out to Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. They slowly rose into the air and arrived at the highest point of the godly palace. Clang, clang, clang. Sword chimes sounded one after another. Dense sword lights appeared and shrouded the entire Desolation Godly Palace. He had collected all the heritage of this godly palace. He wanted to completely destroy this place. Kid, wait a minute. Whooshing Crocodile obviously knew what Lin Tian was going to do. He said, aren't you going to start a sect in the future? You need many palaces. Collect all the palaces that are still intact and move them over. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. Not bad. He nodded. This idea was very good. He had never thought of this before. As he spoke, he directly propped up a macro world with his mind. As far as the eye could see in this macro world, the sky was blue, the mountains were towering, and the rivers flowed endlessly. It was as if it was a real macro world. After a cultivator reached the Emperor realm, they could evolve a micro world of their own. Since Yi Shiwen had reached the Emperor realm, he naturally evolved such a micro world. At this time he pulled it apart. This micro world is a little extraordinary. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the micro world propped up by Lin Tian and praised. Then he showed a hint of surprise. By the way, why do I feel the same aura as the Stone of Fortune, Immortal Stone, in here? Maybe it's because I have refined a piece of Stone of Fortune, Immortal Stone. Lin Tiandao. Really? After refining that thing, even the micro world evolved by the Emperor realm will have that kind of aura? Wuxing Crocodile was suspicious. Besides this, there is no other explanation. Lin Tiandao. He didn't care about this. He expanded the micro world and collected all the extraordinary ancient buildings in the Desolation Godly Palace. There were as many as 900 of them, and each of them was extremely extraordinary and magnificent. He nodded secretly. He wanted to build an immortal sacred ground in the future and needed many palaces. Now that he had collected these palaces, he only needed to do some work and they could be used directly. This saved him a lot of trouble. He closed the micro world and looked down at the Desolation Godly Palace that was already very empty. The dense, towering heaven sword light that he had summoned previously destroyed the place where the Desolation Godly Palace was established in the blink of an eye, turning it into ruins. "Let's go," he said. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu and left directly. In the blink of an eye, they were far away from the Desolation Godly Palace. They crossed several mountains and headed toward the Yin-Yang sect. Chapter 1249. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. "Okay," he said. "This idea is indeed good. Showing his strength to the world is very useful for recruiting talents after establishing a great sect." At that moment, he shook his divine sense, and divine sense imprints appeared one after another. He then opened a crack in the void and attacked the east, west, north, and south regions of this heaven. The contents of these images were the scenes after he entered the desolate shrine. They were very clear and displayed in the sky above the east, west, north, and south regions, causing many cultivators to be shocked. "Lin Tian, that reincarnation body, has reappeared. It's only been 5 years. He has reached the Emperor realm. An Emperor realm reincarnation body. The desolate shrine was actually destroyed by him. He single-handedly destroyed a great sect. In the past, the desolate shrine targeted the reincarnation body several times. Rumor has it that the old ancestor of this lineage even went to fight for the reincarnation body. Now, after 5 years, the reincarnation body directly destroyed this great sect. Is this revenge for the past? Annihilating such a powerful force on his own. This is the power of the strongest monarch body. This person is really, really as terrifying as ever. Many cultivators were shocked. After 5 years, Lin Tian reached the Emperor realm and single-handedly destroyed the desolate shrine, a great sect in this heaven. This was a shocking matter. One has to know that the desolate shrine had been passed down for countless years, but now it was destroyed just like that. In the blink of an eye, it set off a huge wave in the ninth heaven, shaking the world. At the same time, the divine sense imprints released by Lin Tian also included the Immortal Heaven Array and the countless blood souls in the Immortal Heaven Array. This matter shocked many cultivators in the 4 great domains, and many of them showed angry expressions. A few years ago, when the reincarnation body was in the Taichu Immortal Ridge, he said that the desolate shrine was engraving a super array in an attempt to break through the eternal barrier of the 10th heaven, and the source of the array was the souls of countless creatures. It turned out to be true. How many blood souls are there? Those bastards, how dare they do something so outrageous? Those are at least hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. Not only that, they didn't even spare a baby in swaddling clothes. Many people were furious. For a time, the ninth heaven was in an uproar. As the psychic imprint spread in all directions, everyone was shocked. At the same time, the Holy Yin-Yang sect, the Immortal Sword Island, and the Heavenly Demon Divine sect also saw the divine consciousness imprint, and all of them were shocked. How can this be? The Desolation Divine Palace was destroyed. 5 years ago, he was only at the sixth sky of Nirvana realm. After disappearing for 5 years, he actually reached the Emperor realm. Many great figures from these three great powers could no longer remain calm. Many of them revealed looks of shock. He had single-handedly destroyed a top-notch major power. Such power was truly terrifying. One should know that the Desolate Shrine had the 10-direction killing formation, a top-notch heavenly treasure, and the immortal killing formation. However, none of them could do anything to Lin Tian. He will also deal with us. In the several great powers, a group of great figures changed their expressions, and the ordinary disciples were even more horrified. In the past, the Desolation Divine Palace targeted Lin Tian, and the old ancestor of the Desolation Divine Palace seized the reincarnation origin. Now that Lin Tian had appeared, he directly destroyed the Desolation Divine Palace and used the divine consciousness imprint. This was obviously a demonstration, telling the world that he was not someone to be trifled with. Whoever dared to provoke him would have to pay a heavy price. In the past, these great powers had done the same thing as the Desolation Divine Palace. Now that the Desolation Divine Palace was destroyed, would it be their turn next? What should we do? The three great powers were anxious at this moment. In addition to these three great powers, the legendary Saber Pavilion, which was also a top force, also panicked at this moment. Will he also attack us? Some of the quasi-emperors of this lineage were deeply worried. In the past, they had also attacked Lin Tian, vainly attempting to seize many of the heavenly venerate ancient scriptures from Lin Tian. Later, the legendary Saber Pavilion suffered a great calamity because the traitor of the little Taichu, causing them to be wary of the little Taichu, and did not dare to attack Lin Tian again. After Lin Tian was rumored to be a reincarnated body, they also did not go to seize the reincarnation origin. However, now that such news had spread, their hearts still trembled, because no matter what, they had vainly attempted to kill Lin Tian back then. Don't worry too much. It is said that the old ancestor of the Desolation Divine Palace was weakened by the heavenly venerate expert behind Lin Tian back then, dropping to the second layer of the Emperor realm. Although he had recovered in the past 5 years, he has not recovered to his peak strength. On the other hand, the old ancestor of our legendary Saber Pavilion has not lost his cultivation and is still at the 9th layer of the Emperor realm. Even if a reincarnated body wants to deal with us, it should not be that easy. But that's an Emperor-level reincarnated body. And that little beast beside him, the origin of that little beast, the quasi-emperors of this lineage trembled in fear. When they thought of the terrifying scene a few years ago when the heavenly venerate divined the little Taichu, they could not help but tremble. The scene at that time was too terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. That damned heavenly venerate! Someone gritted his teeth and pushed all the blame to the heavenly venerate who had died tragically when divining the little Taichu. If it were not for the heavenly venerate adding fuel to the fire, they might not have acted against Lin Tian, and they would not have such concerns now. At this time, not only were the quasi-emperors of this lineage worried, even the few Emperor Realm experts and the old ancestor at the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm were silent with worry in their eyes. This was because Lin Tian was not an ordinary Emperor Realm expert, but a Super Emperor Realm expert who could destroy the Desolation Divine Palace alone. He had the strongest physique of the Emperor Realm, the Reincarnation Emperor, Eastern Region, Demon King Palace, As expected of the Demon King's elder brother, it has only been 5 years, but he has already reached such a height. An emperor-level reincarnated body. Reaching the emperor level with the strongest monarch physique, there are not many people in this world who can be his opponent. The eyes of the 3 emperor-level elders of this lineage glowed. Eastern region, ethereal mountain. The violet fairy was with Wu Yi, so she naturally saw the divine consciousness imprints that Lin Tian sent out. Very strong, this is how it should be. She had a smile on her face. Wu Yi was very calm as she boiled tea at the side. She glanced at the bottom of ethereal mountain before retracting her gaze. Ling, go into seclusion. She transmitted her voice. The violet fairy looked at Wu Yi and stuck out her tongue. The big show led by my elder brother has only just begun. He will probably make a move against the sacred Yin-Yang sect and the Emperor Realm experts who went alone. I will go into seclusion after I finish watching. Don't worry, after 3 days of seclusion, I will enter the Heavenly Venerable rank, she said. Back then, the experts of the 10 Directions Sky Domain went to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. She had learned the entire process from Wu Yi. She understood Lin Tian very well and knew that destroying the Desolation Divine Palace was only the first step. Wu Yi did not say anything else. She finished boiling tea and filled the violet fairy's cup. The entire ninth heaven was in an uproar. Whether it was some powerful sects or powerful rogue cultivators, they were all shocked by the divine sense imprint made by Lin Tian. All the cultivators were discussing this matter. It was also at this time that Lin Tian crossed the mountains, tore through the void, and brought the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to another group of immortal mountains in the western region. Looking around, there were magnificent palaces in the immortal mountains. The scale was huge, not inferior to the Desolation Divine Palace in the slightest. Outside the palaces, there were thick yin and yang auras intertwined. Sacred yin-yang sect. The whooshing crocodile laughed. Squeak! The little Taichu waved its little claws and pointed straight ahead, as if expressing the meaning of kill. The little guy remembered very clearly that the sacred yin-yang sect had targeted Lin Tian several times. The old ancestor of this lineage went to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. With a sneer on his face, Lin Tian stepped out of the immortal mountains and walked toward the sacred yin-yang sect. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on the void and arrived at the periphery of the sacred yin-yang sect. Looking at it from a close distance, the sacred yin-yang sect looked even more magnificent. The main hall was covered with all kinds of divine runes, and the materials were very extraordinary. Most of them were made of various strange stones and precious metals. He stepped on the void and came here without any concealment. He was directly discovered by the Yin-Yang disciples guarding outside. Reincarnation! Reincarnation form! Someone shouted in fear. Reincarnation form is here. He is here to kill. The few disciples of the Yin-Yang sect who were guarding outside trembled in fear, because this lineage had seen Lin Tian's spiritual imprint, and because they had targeted Lin Tian before. All the disciples of this great sect were very nervous. They were very afraid that Lin Tiansha would come, so they had been very vigilant. Now that Lin Tian stepped forward, these people immediately trembled and ran into the sect. At the same time, they shouted loudly to warn others. What? He really came. What do we do? The desolate divine palace has been destroyed. Can we stop him? For a moment, panicked voices sounded from within the sacred Yin-Yang sect. All the disciples of this lineage were terrified. Lin Tian stepped on the void and appeared outside the sacred Yin-Yang sect. Naturally, he could hear these voices, so he directly stepped inside. When he truly entered the Yin-Yang sect, he instantly sensed an even thicker Yin-Yang aura. Those ancient buildings appeared even more majestic, and some of them were even frighteningly tall. They were like primordial mountains, and their auras were majestic. Brat, remember not to destroy the palaces when you attack later. Move them all back to the sect. Whooshing Crocodile said. Understood. Chapter 1250. Lin Tian stepped into the sacred Yin Yang sect. His expression was calm as he looked around the sacred Yin Yang sect. Go to the sky and guard, just like in the desolate shrine. Kill anyone who tries to escape, he said. Little Taichu squeaked and left with Whooshing Crocodile. They flew to the highest point of the sacred Yin Yang sect and looked down. Many disciples in the sacred Yin Yang sect were terrified. A group of important figures walked out one after another, but they were all in a panic. Even the leader of the sect was no exception. He felt a chill down his spine. Lin Tian, our sect has offended you in the past. If you want any compensation, just say it. We'll try our best to satisfy you, the man said. He knew that Lin Tian had reached the emperor rank and was an emperor rank reincarnated body. His eyes were full of fear. Lin Tian looked down at the man. Compensation? Just destroy this place. His voice was calm. The sacred Yin Yang sect leader trembled and gritted his teeth. You don't go too far. I'm going too far today. What can you do to me? Lin Tian's expression was calm. The sacred Yin Yang sect leader's face turned pale. He seemed to feel that Lin Tian was determined to destroy this place and couldn't change his mind. He gritted his teeth. Don't be too arrogant. Even if you've reached the emperor rank, don't think that you can really destroy the sacred Yin Yang sect. If you really make a move and force the Grand Elders and old ancestor into a corner, you might be the one who dies. You'd better. Clang. The air vibrated, and a sword slashed down from the sky. The sacred Yin Yang sect leader's words were interrupted. He was terrified and quickly dodged. However, he couldn't dodge at all. In the next moment, the sword light pierced into the sacred Yin Yang sect leader's body and shattered his body. Even his soul was destroyed. Sacred Yin Yang sect leader. The disciples and important figures in the sacred Yin Yang sect were terrified. Their sacred Yin Yang sect leader was killed in a single strike. You know that Lin Tian destroyed the desolate shrine, but you still dare to threaten him. Do you think an emperor rank reincarnated body is just a decoration? Whooshing Crocodile sneered in the sky. Lin Tian stood in the sky and looked into the depths of the sacred Yin Yang sect. Boom! 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 Powerful emperor's aura surged as 4 figures rushed over. They were 4 elders, and all of them were emperor rank experts. Grand elders, old ancestor. Inside the Yin Yang sect, the disciples, deacons, and elders all looked at the 4 old men. Right now, the survival of the Yin Yang sect and their future all depended on these 4 old men. 4 elders walked out. 3 of them were the grand elders of the Yin Yang sect. Just like the 3 elders of the desolate shrine, they were all at the 3rd sky of the emperor realm. The last one was the grand elder of this lineage. Back then, his cultivation was weakened by Wu Yi, and he fell from the 9th sky of the emperor realm to the 2nd sky of the emperor realm. After 5 years, he recovered to the 4th sky of the emperor realm. Lin Tian, the Yin Yang old ancestor, stared at Lin Tian with anger burning in his eyes. Back then, his cultivation was weakened by Wu Yi, and he had to use countless heavenly treasures to recover to the 4th sky of Emperor Realm in these 5 years. Naturally, this made him feel extremely uncomfortable. All of this was because of Lin Tian. Now that he saw Lin Tian, he naturally felt uncomfortable. But compared to his anger, the fear in his eyes was even stronger. Back then, they had forcefully seized the celestial, venerate ancient scripture from Lin Tian and then tried to seize the source of reincarnation. Now that Lin Tian had become a great emperor as a reincarnated body and had come here after destroying the desolate divine palace, his intentions were clearly not good. It was obvious what Lin Tian wanted to do. He had come here with the intent to destroy. Lin Tian looked at this person with a calm expression and walked forward. Clang! Sword, cries rang out as they appeared beside him. There were dozens of them, and every single one of them was intertwined with an extremely powerful aura. "Struggle with all your heart," he said. As soon as he finished his words, dozens of sword gleams shot out and slashed towards the four elders. In an instant, the void was shattered, and the space-time turbulence flowed freely. "Junior!" The Yin-Yang old ancestor gritted his teeth with killing intent in his eyes. He shouted to the other three elders, "Form the 10,000 spirit demon slaying formation!" As soon as he finished his words, he formed a seal and unleashed a powerful Great Emperor's aura. At the same time, the other three great elders began to form hand seals as well. Immediately, dense inscriptions appeared, covering the entire space and connecting to the ground. Boom! 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 The space here was sealed up. Streams of terrifying spiritual energy surged out from the underground world of this lineage. Together with the dense Tao patterns imprinted in the air, they interweaved into streams of extremely terrifying killing light, trapping Lin Tian within. They used 18 different emperor-level Tao patterns to communicate with the divine veins and origin veins underground and turn them into killing aura? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. This kind of killing aura was very shocking. It was enough to kill a 9th Heaven Emperor. These old guys are really decisive. They're using the foundation of the Yin-Yang sect as origin energy. After a while, the foundation will be completely destroyed. Boom! The killing lights were so dense that they collapsed the sky. The aura was terrifying. A treasure seal appeared, intertwining with the aura of Yin and Yang. It was the most powerful heavenly treasure of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang seal. At this moment, as this heavenly treasure appeared, the Tao patterns in the void became even brighter. The spiritual energy rushing out from the underground also became stronger. The killing aura began to surge, and the killing lights shot into the sky. Such a powerful aura shocked even the little Taichu, who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable level, and his eyes widened. Boom! The killing aura became even stronger and locked onto Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, you forced us to do this," the Yin-Yang patriarch said coldly. After knowing that Lin Tian had destroyed the desolate shrine, he knew that Lin Tianyi would definitely make a move on the Yin-Yang sect. Therefore, he and the three supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect began to make preparations. They combined the 18 emperor-level Tao patterns, the foundation of the Yin-Yang sect, and the Yin-Yang seal to form an ultimate killing array. This killing array used the Yin-Yang sect's foundation as the central connection. Together with the 18 emperor-level Tao patterns and the Yin-Yang seal, it could unleash a terrifying power that could kill anyone below the heavenly venerable level. Suppress. Take the heavenly venerable ancient scripture, the origin of reincarnation. The Yin-Yang patriarch's eyes were filled with greed. He was afraid of the people behind Lin Tian, but he knew Lin Tian's character. He was determined to destroy the Yin-Yang sect. It was useless to be afraid of the people behind Lin Tian. Now, he and Lin Tian were in a situation where only one of them could survive. Since that was the case, they would suppress Lin Tian and seize the heavenly venerable ancient scripture and the reincarnation origin. Once they got these things, they could hide and wait until they became extremely strong before reappearing. His idea was exactly the same as the people from the desolate shrine. They were all forced into this situation. Suppress. The other three supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect used all their strength to make the myriad demon slaying array even stronger. All of a sudden, boundless divine light surged out and pressed down on Lin Tian. This kind of divine light was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian immediately felt an incomparably huge pressure. However, his expression did not change at all. Using the divine veins, origin veins, and other foundations to combine with the Tao pattern heavenly treasure to turn into a destructive force. This method is not bad. However, if you want to use this method to deal with me, you've made a mistake, he said. Light flickered under his feet. Dense dragon patterns appeared and disappeared into the underground world of the Yin-Yang sect in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the densely packed Tao patterns in the void shook. The heavenly treasure Yin-Yang seal also shook. No more spiritual energy surged up from the ground. The power of the myriad demon-slaying array was greatly reduced. The Yin-Yang patriarch's expression changed. At the same time, the other 3 supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect were also shocked. They could not help but tremble. Lin Tian has the dragon burial scripture. With his emperor-level cultivation, it's easy for him to activate the dragon burial scripture and seal the divine veins and origin veins below. He has cut off the origin energy of the myriad demon-slaying array. What power can this array have? In the sky, whooshing crocodile curled his lips. Yeah. The little Taichu blinked its lively eyes and cheered in a childish voice. The Yin-Yang old ancestor and the others panicked. The myriad spirit demon slaying formation they had prepared was definitely very strong. At the beginning, they were very confident that they could suppress Lin Tian. But now it was actually such a scene. This scene was unexpected. The 4 experts could not help but tremble. The myriad demon slaying array was weakened and did not have much killing power. At this moment, they had to face a reincarnated body of a 3rd heaven emperor. This made their hearts tremble. One had to know that the strongest among them was only a 4th heaven emperor. The dragon patterns on Lin Tian's body intertwined. The divine light was faint as he looked at the 4 of them calmly. It's my turn to attack. He stepped forward and said calmly, "Don't worry. I will end this battle in an instant." Swish! The sound of air breaking echoed. Lin Tian's figure flashed and appeared in front of one of the supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect in an instant. Boom! Like thunder, he swung the primal chaos emperor fist. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix sounded at the same time. Under the pressure of the unparalleled fist, the supreme elder was smashed into pieces. Even his divine soul was destroyed. His body and soul were destroyed. Supreme elder! A disciple of the Yin-Yang sect shouted in horror. One of their supreme emperors was killed by a single punch. The Yin-Yang patriarch trembled. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He used the divination divine technique to create the King Region's Starry Moon and King Region's Divine Rumble Palace. The mighty power of Yin and Thunder God suppressed the other 2 supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect, directly enveloping them and attacking them mercilessly. No! Screams rang out. 2 blood mists exploded. The 2 supreme elders could not avoid the fate of being killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Such a scene was horrifying. A 3rd heaven emperor realm expert could not resist in front of Lin Tian. However, this was the truth. The most powerful and mysterious reincarnated body was the absolute emperor among those of the same level. Damn it! The Yin-Yang patriarch was shocked, frightened, and angry. He frantically activated the peak heavenly treasure Yin-Yang seal. The mighty emperor Dao Laws attacked Lin Tian crazily. In an instant, terrifying Yin and Yang intertwined, destroying everything in their path. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He did not dodge. He stepped forward and grabbed the Yin-Yang seal with his right hand. The 4-symbol seal was activated immediately. 4 layers were cast consecutively, enveloping the Yin-Yang seal. In the blink of an eye, they entered the Yin-Yang seal. The next moment, a scream rang out. The powerful weapon spirit in the Yin-Yang seal was destroyed by the 4-symbol seal. The Yin-Yang patriarch trembled. He could not activate the Yin-Yang seal now that the weapon spirit was destroyed. Die. A cold word floated out. Lin Tian destroyed the weapon spirit of the Yin-Yang seal and instantly left his spiritual imprint on it, pushing the Yin-Yang seal down. The Yin-Yang patriarch was terrified. He tried to escape, but unfortunately he could not. He was directly hit by the Yin-Yang seal. Chapter 1251. Glaring blood floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, all 4 emperor-level experts of the Yin-Yang sect had died. Old ancestor, grand elders. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect trembled. Just like Lin Tian said, the battle had ended in an instant. In just an instant, all 4 emperor-level experts of their lineage had been killed. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at the remaining disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, who was involved in the plot to steal the heavenly venerate ancient scripture from me. His voice was very calm. Facing his gaze, the disciples and deacons of the Yin-Yang sect couldn't help but tremble. Among them, a few of the Boundary Emperor's faces turned pale. Some of them even took a few steps back. Lin Tian's gaze shifted as his powerful divine sense swept past the few quasi-emperors of his faction. He forcibly peered into their sea of consciousness and saw many memories. Back then, these people had all participated in the plot to seize the ancient scripture from him. Clang! His sword hummed. He didn't show any mercy. A few towering heavens soared force, slashed across, and killed these boundary emperors. Blood splattered everywhere. The disciples of this branch were shaken, and their faces turned deathly pale. Lin Tian looked down. The 4 symbols Tao diagram rose behind him and covered the entire Yin-Yang sect. Wang. The 4 symbols Tao diagram trembled slightly. Silver divine light shone down and covered all the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect who were still alive. After a dozen breaths, the 4 symbols Tao diagram disappeared. All the disciples of this lineage trembled again. My cultivation! It's gone! Someone cried out in fear. At the same time, the other disciples were also trembling and panicking. Everyone's cultivation had disappeared. Leave, Lin Tian said. He didn't want to kill too many people, but he also didn't want to leave behind any hidden dangers. He directly used the 4-symbol seal to erase the cultivation of these people, turning these disciples of the sacred Yin-Yang sect into ordinary mortals. They would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. Within the sacred Yin-Yang sect, the disciples of this branch were all trembling. In the blink of an eye, they had turned from powerful cultivators to ordinary mortals. Everyone felt a deep sense of despair. When they heard Lin Tian say leave, they couldn't help but tremble even more violently. However, even so, these people didn't dare to linger in the slightest. They were worried that Lin Tian would directly kill them after erasing their cultivation. All of them staggered as they fled. More than an hour later, all the disciples of the sacred Yin-Yang sect, who had their cultivation crippled, ran out of the sacred Yin-Yang sect. They didn't stop at all and fled into the distance. Lin Tian glanced at the fleeing people, but he didn't pay them any attention. He looked at the majestic palaces of the Yin-Yang sect. Search for the accumulated resources of this faction. Dig out the divine vein, origin vein, and immortal vein. Take away all the intact palaces. Don't even leave behind a single hair. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Yeah." Little Taichu called out and jumped onto Lin Tian's shoulder. Immediately, the group searched through the palaces of the sacred Yin-Yang sect. Before long, they took away all the accumulated resources of this branch. There were many kinds of artifacts, such as the Ling Jing, Baodan, immortal herbs, and ancient scriptures. They were all extraordinary. After that, Lin Tian dug out the foundation of this branch. 3 divine veins, dozens of origin veins, and hundreds of immortal veins. He compressed all of them into an inch with the dragon burial scripture and put them away in his stone ring. Wang. He opened his own small world and collected all the intact palaces of this branch. He moved all of them into his small world. "All right, let's go," he called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Then he used the dense sword chi to destroy the sacred Yin-Yang sect's headquarters and left. After leaving the sacred Yin-Yang sect, they passed through several mountains. After that, Lin Tian opened a series of void rifts and displayed the news of the destruction of the sacred Yin-Yang sect to all the major heavens in the ninth heaven. In an instant, the ninth heaven, which was still in an uproar, became even more chaotic. It was as if a large bundle of firewood was added to a raging fire. The sacred Yin-Yang sect was also destroyed. This ruthless person destroyed 2 top forces in one day. Is this heaven-defying? All the cultivators were shocked. The Shrine of Desolation and the sacred Yin-Yang sect were both top forces that had existed for countless years. No one knew how famous they were in the 10th heaven. However, in just one day, they were destroyed by the same person. This person is simply a god. Some people trembled. At the same time, the heavenly demon divine sect, the immortal Sword Island, and the legendary Saber Pavilion were even more horrified. Even the sacred Yin-Yang sect, the great figures of the 3 great powers, were even more flustered than before, all of them feeling a wave of coldness. The ordinary disciples of these 3 top forces were even more frightened. Many people were shrouded in panic. Moreover, in addition to these 3 top forces, some old emperors who lived in seclusion also felt fear. After 5 years, that junior actually, the height of an emperor, with his monarch body, he reached the height of an emperor-level reincarnation body, in the 9th heaven. Voices sounded one after another from different corners. They were the rogue emperors who went to fight for Lin Tian's reincarnation source. On this day, they naturally saw the spiritual imprints released by Lin Tian and felt a chill in their hearts. The 9th heaven was even more lively. Many people were discussing, and many people were watching. The focus was on Lin Tian, the desolate divine temple, and the sacred Yin-Yang sect. These 2 top forces had targeted him in the past. Now that these 2 forces have been destroyed, with a heavenly demon divine sect and the immortal Sword Island that also targeted him according to the character of that god, I'm afraid he will directly attack the heavenly demon divine sect and the immortal Sword Island. This is simply a terrible ancestor. Many people trembled. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were very far away from the sacred Yin-Yang sect. At this time, they tore open a void crack and appeared in the northern region. There is another top force here, the heavenly demon divine sect. Hey, let's go. Wuxing Crocodile smiled sinisterly. Yeah, Little Taichu cried out. Lin Tian was very calm. He tore open a void crack again and directly stepped into it with Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile. In the next moment, a man and 2 beasts stepped out of the darkness and arrived at a vast group of immortal mountains. Heavenly Demon, Divine Sect. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. In the past, this branch wanted to seize his pure yang flame. Many disciples clamored to kill him several times. Later, the old ancestor of this branch even appeared to compete for his samsara origin. He had always remembered these things very clearly. When he arrived here, he directly stepped into the heavenly demon divine sect without any hesitation. Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile soared into the sky and arrived at the highest point of the heavenly demon divine sect, guarding this place to prevent any disciples of the heavenly demon divine sect from escaping. Lin Tian entered the heavenly demon divine sect without the slightest concealment. Emperor's pressure surged. The entire heavenly demon divine sect was in chaos. The disciples panicked, and the big shots on the surface palpitated. At the same time, the emperor-level figures of this branch all jumped out. Their faces were unsightly and filled with fear. There's nothing to say. Today this place will be destroyed, Lin Tian said. Reincarnation Emperor's might surged. He was extremely domineering, directly taking action, enveloping the 3 supreme elders and the old ancestor of this bloodline at the same time. Towering sword radiance drifted through this great power like raindrops, tearing apart expanses of the void. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly demon divine sect guessed that Lin Tian was very likely to kill his way here. They prepared many methods and all kinds of killing power filled the sky. However, the Emperor-level samsara body was beyond their imagination. His battle strength was unparalleled, and he was not afraid of any of their killing moves. Miserable screams soon sounded, and Emperor's blood flew. The 3 supreme elders of this branch were killed in body and soul by Lin Tian one after another. Then the golden pure yang flame enveloped the sky, directly burning the old ancestor of this branch to ashes. Even the peak heavenly treasure, heavenly demon all, of this branch was taken by Lin Tian, and the weapon spirit within was erased. Another peak heavenly treasure, Wuxing Crocodile, clicked his tongue. Those who participated in the plot to steal my pure yang flame are dead. I won't kill the rest, but I will destroy your cultivation. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent and calm. His powerful divine will scan the disciples of this branch and forcefully peeped into their memories. In the next moment, a few bloody mists exploded. The people who gave the order to steal the pure yang flame were all killed. Without exception, their bodies and souls were all destroyed. Then the 4 symbols seal appeared in the sky. The other disciples of the heavenly demon divine sect had their cultivation destroyed and were driven away. Search the foundation of this branch, seize the intact palace, and go to the immortal Sword Island, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He and the 2 beasts landed and quickly collected all the resources that the heavenly demon divine sect had accumulated over the years, including the divine vein, origin vein, and immortal vein underground. After that, Lin Tian held up his small world and took in the undamaged halls of the heavenly demon divine sect. He then slashed the place into ruins with the heavenly sword radiance. Let's go. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu opened a void crack and stepped in. The next moment, they appeared in the southern region. The immortal Sword Island was in the southern region. Let's kill them, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian opened a void crack again and directly appeared outside the immortal Sword Island. He stepped in with his mighty Emperor aura. The reincarnation body is really here. Voices of fear and panic rang out. A few Emperor-level Grand Elders and old ancestors of this branch jumped out together and took out the pinnacle heavenly treasure, the immortal sealing sword. Lin Tian didn't have anything to say. The powerful reincarnation emperors might pressed forward, and it didn't take long for him to kill the few Grand Elders and old ancestors of this branch. At the same time, he erased the weapon spirit in the immortal sealing sword, seizing this heavenly treasure. One had to admit that his reincarnation body had reached the 3rd stage of the Emperor realm. His battle strength was so strong that he could be said to be invincible below the heavenly venerable realm. Old ancestor, Grand Elders, all the disciples of the immortal Sword Island trembled in fear. P.S. It's March tomorrow. This month, we'll make up for the New Year's update. The update schedule is roughly like this. March 2nd to 4th, 3 updates a day from 8th to 10th, 3 updates a day from 14th to 16th, and 2 updates a day for the rest of the month. Chapter 1252. The disciples of the immortal Sword Island trembled in fear. Their supreme elder and old ancestor were all killed. The pinnacle heavenly treasure, the immortal sealing sword, was also taken away. Many of them trembled in fear, unable to utter a single word. Lin Tian scanned these people with his powerful emperor divine sense. He killed the few boundary emperors who plotted to steal the celestial Lord ancient scripture from him, as well as the master of this generation. Then he used the 4 symbol seal to erase the cultivation of the remaining disciples of the immortal Sword Island, expelling them from the immortal Sword Island. Find out their foundation. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and flew over from the sky with little Taichu. Lin Tian nodded. The group entered the extraordinary halls of the immortal Sword Island. Not long after, they collected all the treasures accumulated over the years. There were 3 sects quasi-heavenly treasures, dozens of saint weapons, hundreds of divine weapons, Dao weapons, immortal weapons, and thousands of others. There were close to 600 million gene of Ling Jing, Bao Dan, immortal herbs, and all kinds of strange divine materials. Then, Lin Tian entered the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Island. There were a lot of powerful divine abilities and secret arts, especially the most extraordinary ancient scripture at the top of the scripture pavilion. It was called the Immortal Sword Dao, a sword scripture created by the founding emperor of the Immortal Sword Island. Although it couldn't be compared to the High Heavens sword scripture, it was still very powerful. He kept all these things. After establishing a sect, the disciples of the sect would have enough ancient scriptures to cultivate. He walked out of the scripture pavilion and looked at the ground. He interweaved countless dragon marks and collected all the divine veins, origin veins, and immortal veins. Among them, there were 4 divine veins, close to 100 origin veins, and more than 700 immortal veins. He compressed all of them into small dragons about an inch long with the dragon burial scripture, and then carefully kept them in the stone ring. The foundation of the Immortal Sword Island is stronger than the other 3 great sections. Among the other great sects, the Lingjing only has 500 million, but this one has 600 million. The divine veins, origin veins, and immortal veins of the sect's foundation are also more than the other 3 great sections. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Indeed. Lin Tian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air and propped up the emperor-rank small world. He began to store the palaces on the Immortal Sword Island. The palaces of this branch were all extraordinary, and there were many of them. Even though he had destroyed some in the previous battle, there were still over 2,000 intact palaces left. He collected all of them and put them into his small world. Clang! Sword cries rang out as he looked down. Dense amounts of sword radiance appeared and slashed towards the Immortal Sword Island. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Sword Island was reduced to rubble, leaving behind only a rumbling sound. Let's go. Lin Tiandao called out to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu and left. They quickly left the Immortal Sword Island far away. Immediately after, under the 5 elemental crocodiles' instigation, Lin Tian sent out another mental imprint, one after the other, spreading the news of the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect and the Immortal Sword Island to the 4 regions of the Heaven Domain. In an instant, the 9th heaven that was already extremely lively became even more lively. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, Immortal Sword Island. He really went to these 2 top forces. He actually gave, including the Desolate Shrine and the Divine Yinyang Sect. He destroyed 4 ancient inheritances in one day. This is simply ruthless. Including the great extinguishing godly dynasty, he single-handedly destroyed 5 of the 9 top forces in the 10 directions heavens. The pattern of the cultivation world is completely messed up. One by one, the cultivators trembled. The divine power of the reincarnation body was simply too terrifying. The Desolate Shrine, the Divine Yinyang Sect, the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, and the Immortal Sword Island were all top forces that had existed for countless years, but now they were all destroyed in one day. It was really terrifying. This was a monstrous wave. In the 9th heaven, the entire cultivation world was not peaceful. Many people were trembling as they discussed the matter of the reincarnation body. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu left the Immortal Sword Island and walked far away. Kid, go to the ancestral saber pavilion. They also chased after us in the past and wanted to kill you. Although I don't know why they didn't continue to target you after your reincarnation body was exposed. The old ancestor of this branch didn't try to seize your origin. However, we still have to make a trip there. It won't destroy them, but we have to extort them. Wuxing Crocodile said in a very direct manner. Lin Tian thought for a while and nodded slightly. The ancestral saber pavilion was in the southern region. They did chase after him in the past. Although he wouldn't destroy this branch, he couldn't let it go easily. At the same time, the traitor of the divination branch, Tian Swanzi, wasn't a good person. He killed his master in the past, and then extended his hands to the divine mathematician and Yenyer. Between the divine mathematician and Yenyer, one was a person he respected, and the other was his good friend. Tian Swansea tried to seize the ancestral treasure of the divination branch, the divination divine mirror, and almost killed them. He naturally wouldn't let it go. Let's go. He knew where the ancestral saber pavilion was. He directly tore open the void portal and stepped into it with the little Taichu and whooshing crocodile. Their vision turned dark, and in the next moment the darkness dissipated and a man and two beasts stepped out of the void. As far as the eye could see, there was a gigantic divine mountain in front of them. Numerous gigantic palaces were situated there, as if they were the divine pavilions of the immortal world. There was an extraordinary charm intertwining between the palaces, as well as a sharp aura. That's the ancestral saber pavilion, whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, stepped on the void, and walked forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the ancestral saber pavilion. Without any concealment, he directly walked in. Reincarnation body. In an instant, many disciples of the ancestral saber pavilion saw Lin Tian, and they were all in a panic. After 5 years, he destroyed 4 top inheritances in a single day, causing Lin Tian's fierce name to spread across the entire 9th heaven. Everyone knew about him. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian step into the ancestral saber pavilion, many people in the ancestral saber pavilion knew that their branch had also attacked Lin Tian. Everyone panicked at this moment. Lin Tian stepped into the ancestral saber pavilion, stood in the sky, and didn't say a word. He just looked indifferently at the depths of the ancestral saber pavilion. In the next moment, several powerful auras rushed out, and 4 figures walked over. 3 of them were at the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm, and 1 was at the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm. Little friend Lin, our ancestral saber pavilion has offended you in the past. Here, we apologize to you. I hope you can forgive us. If you need any compensation, as long as we can take it out, we are willing to give it. The old ancestor of this branch stepped forward. Although he had lived for a long time and his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm, he was very polite to Lin Tian at this time. It was really too shocking that Lin Tian had destroyed 4 ancient inheritances in a single day. It was really a little terrifying. Moreover, the people behind Lin Tian made him feel even more afraid. While saying this person intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder with some fear. Little friend Lin Tian, please forgive us. We were bewitched by other villains to deal with you. Please forgive us. A great elder of this branch also spoke, pushing the blame to Tian Swansea, the other villains. That's right, little friend Lin. We were also bewitched by other villains. Please forgive us. The other 2 great elders spoke as well. Moreover, just like the old ancestor of this branch, these people intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder with some fear in their eyes. Tisk, hearing these people's words, whooshing crocodile couldn't help but curl his lips. Lin Tian looked at these people and said calmly, hand over Tian Swansea. Since Master Tian Swan dared to kill his teacher, his viciousness was evident. Back then, he had even dealt with Master Tian Swan and Yenya. His biggest purpose in coming here was to find this person and kill him. The old ancestor of the legendary Saber Pavilion and the 3 great elders were stunned for a moment. They looked at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder, and the fear in the depths of their eyes deepened. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Tian's face darkened. What, you don't want to hand it over? Seeing his darkened face, the old ancestor and the great elders of the legendary Saber Pavilion quickly shook their heads. The old ancestor of this branch said, little friend Lin, you misunderstand. It's not that we don't want to hand it over, but... As he spoke, he looked at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder and said, but Tian Swansea died a few years ago. Lin Tian frowned. Dead. I heard that he was treated as a distinguished guest by the legendary Saber Pavilion. He had been staying in the legendary Saber Pavilion and was very safe. How could he have died? How did he die? Well, it's like this. The old ancestor of the legendary Saber Pavilion looked at the little Taichu and told Lin Tian Swansea about how he had divined the little Taichu's tragic death. Moreover, he was worried that Lin Tian would be suspicious. So this Ninth Heaven Emperor expert even used the spiritual imprint from back then. In the image, the sky and earth were pitch black and terrifying bolts of lightning were striking down. That kind of scene was horrifying. Even from the spiritual imprint, one could feel the peerless and terrifying aura. It was so oppressive that it was frightening. This feels like a heavenly tribulation. It's even more terrifying than little Lin's emperor tribulation. Whooshing crocodile trembled. Even Lin Tian, who had reached the third heaven of the emperor realm, could not help but be moved. Such a scene was truly terrifying. The spiritual imprint of the legendary Saber Pavilion's old ancestor continued, and the scene in the image became more and more terrifying. Gradually, in the image, the pitch-black sky cracked open, and the true dragon rushed out. The immortal phoenix let out a long cry. The black tortoise shook the 9 seas, and the vermilion bird flapped its wings. For legendary immortal spirits appeared, and divine might rolled down majestically. Then, in the next moment, in the image, in the dark sky, in the middle of the 4 great celestial spirits, a hazy figure appeared. The 4 great celestial spirits surrounded him like guardians. The 3,000 great Tao appeared at this moment, trembling in unison as if they were worshipping this figure. The entire world was shaking because of this figure, and all living things seemed to be worshipping him. This is... Lin Tian's expression changed. At the side, Whooshing Crocodile was also moved. The man and crocodile could not help but turn to look at the little Taichu, a true dragon, immortal phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. The 4 immortal spirits were protecting him. This scene was too similar to the little guy. Chapter 1253. In the spiritual imprint created by the ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion, the hazy figure was slender, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the 4 guardian celestial spirits surrounding it were very familiar and were exactly the same as the 4 guardian celestial spirits displayed by little Taichu. Lin Tian frowned. This figure is related to little Taichu. Whooshing Crocodile stared. According to the ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion, this scene was caused by Tian Suzy deducing little Taichu. Coupled with the 4 guardian celestial spirits surrounding the hazy figure that were exactly the same as little Taichu, it could be inferred that the hazy figure was definitely related to little Taichu to a certain extent. It was as if they were of the same bloodline. So familiar. Little Taichu stared blankly at the hazy figure in the spiritual imprint, its big watery eyes filled with confusion. Dong! A roar came from the spiritual imprint. As the hazy figure appeared, the sky in the image became even darker. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile saw Tian Suzy in the image and saw the hazy figure looking down at him. Then, the 4 guardian celestial spirits around the hazy figure roared and pressed down together as if they were about to destroy the world. They directly shrouded Tian Suzy and the big shots of the Saber Pavilion nearby and crushed them to pieces. Even the entire Saber Pavilion was half destroyed. Many magnificent halls collapsed, and the disciples of the Saber Pavilion died tragically. The image ended there. The hazy figure disappeared, and the world gradually returned to normal. So familiar. Little Taichu was a little dazed and muttered. Lin Tian suddenly remembered that a few years ago, when he accompanied Yenya to the Celestial Spirit Valley to get the Divine Mirror of Tenji, the entire southern region suddenly became dark and oppressive auras intertwined in every corner. Now it seemed that it was caused by little Taichu's deduction. At that time, little Taichu looked in the direction of the Saber Pavilion and said, "So familiar." Obviously, little Taichu had sensed the aura of the hazy figure that appeared above the saber pavilion. 5 elements crocodile stared at little Primordial with widened eyes. Just a simple deduction of his cultivation base, and such a horrifying phenomenon was born. Even if an Empyrean-level existence was deduced, it would still be far from such a horrifying scene. It's like going against the heavens and earth. It sucked in a cold breath and said, "That hazy figure is definitely closely related to little Taichu. It is very likely to be a mark left in heaven and earth by a blood relative." It stared at little Taichu, its eyes full of shock. The origin of little Taichu was even more terrifying than it and Lin Tian had imagined. Lin Tian nodded, having the same thoughts as Wuxing Crocodile. Back then, because of this matter, Tian Suzi died tragically. The pavilion master of that generation and several quasi-emperors of my sect also met with misfortune, and the saber pavilion was half destroyed. The elder of the saber pavilion spoke at this time. He glanced at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder and was very honest. He said to Lin Tiandao, "After that we were afraid, and only thought that we could not touch the little beast beside you. If we continued to provoke it, it might lead to an even more terrifying disaster. So, after that, we did not provoke you again." Lin Tian glanced at this person and then looked at the little Taichu on his shoulder. The little Taichu had already recovered, and the confusion in its eyes had dissipated. It was only a little puzzled. When it saw Lin Tian looking over, it blinked and called out to Lin Tian in a childish voice. Lin Tian rubbed little Taichu's head, then glanced at the elder of this lineage and the others, and called out to Wuxing Crocodile to leave. Don't you want to kill them and ask for compensation?" Wuxing Crocodile stared. "Forget it." Lin Tiandao glanced at the little Taichu on his shoulder, then walked out of the saber pavilion. His main purpose in coming to the saber pavilion was to find Tian Swansea and kill him. Killing the saber pavilion was just a matter of convenience. However, now that he knew that Tian Swansea was dead, his main purpose of coming here had been achieved. As for the ruthless extortion of this branch, he had seen some scenes related to little Taichu. It could be considered a great harvest, and it was much more meaningful than ruthlessly extorting the legacy of the saber pavilion. Therefore, he could not be bothered to deliberately extort a large sum of money from this branch. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. It could more or less guess what Lin Tian was thinking at this time, and then followed him into the distance. The elder of the saber pavilion and the 3 supreme elders were stunned. They were already prepared to be killed by Lin Tian, and even had the resolve to fight Lin Tian to the death. This was because their lineage had indeed targeted Lin Tian several times in the past. However, they did not expect that Lin Tian would leave after making a trip, and nothing happened. Even the disciples of this lineage were stunned. Reincarnated bodies came here, and the matter was over just like that? "Thank you, little friend Lin." Little friend Lin is magnanimous. The elder and the 3 supreme elders of this lineage spoke, and seriously cupped their fists towards Lin Tian's departing figure. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's little Taichu left the saber pavilion and soon walked far away. "Little Taichu, your identity is very heaven-defying." Wuxing Crocodile looked at little Taichu and clicked its tongue. "Yeah." Little Taichu blinked its watery eyes, looking charmingly naive, and its childish voice was very cute. Lin Tian glanced at the little guy, thinking of the immortal saber pavilion's elder's divine sense imprint. The hazy figure in it was really terrifying. That kind of aura was simply peerless and monstrous. Even the heavens and earth surrendered to that person. "I don't know what's the relationship with this little guy," he muttered to himself. From that divine sense imprint, he knew that the origin of the little guy was far more terrifying than he and Wuxing Crocodile had imagined. However, he couldn't figure out the specifics. After a pause, he didn't waste time thinking about this because he couldn't think of anything even if he tried. The most important thing was that no matter what the little guy's origin was, it was now beside him, and it was very healthy. That was enough. He looked at little Taichu. The little guy could obviously feel his gaze, and it called out to him in a childish voice. Lin Tian smiled, shifted his gaze, and looked into the distance. What are we going to do now? Wuxing Crocodile asked. On the day when the physique was exposed, in addition to the 4 top forces, there were also some old farts who were in seclusion who jumped over. Now it's their turn. Lin Tianandao, an old drunkard, had killed many of those old emperors who had forced their way over. But there were still many who were alive. Naturally, he couldn't let these people who wanted to steal his life force go. He had to crush them with iron and blood. Do you know where those people are? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know. As he spoke, he was very calm, and there was some light in his eyes. He looked in a certain direction in the southern region. However, someone can find all of them one by one. None of them can escape. Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. He followed Lin Tian's gaze, and his expression changed slightly. That place seems to be in the direction of the Immortal Spirit Valley. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. Can we ask the Immortal Spirit Body to deduce the whereabouts of those people? Lin Tian nodded. That's right. He couldn't forget the appearance of those people who had come to steal his life force origin. He even remembered their auras. As long as he showed the appearance of those people with the Immortal Spirit Body Yenya, or his Tao of Divination, she could easily deduce the whereabouts of those people. Good idea, Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, Lin Tian tore open the void portal and led little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile through it. In the next moment, they appeared in a huge valley surrounded by white mist. It was like the Ruashian realm. It was the Immortal Spirit Valley, where the divination sect was located. It was the ancestral land of the divination sect. He and Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu arrived here. They looked at the sky and directly released their powerful life force. Then, in just a few breaths of time, celestial spiritual runes appeared in the void. A vortex-shaped void door opened, and the surroundings were filled with Tao light. Looking from here, behind the vortex-shaped void portal, was a magnificent, small world. There were mountains, trees, rivers, sky, and everything else. It was like a small immortal realm. It was the ancestral land of the divination sect. The divination sect's divination sect. Lin Tian. A quiet and pleasant female voice came out. A young girl and an old man appeared behind the void portal. It was Yenya, the immortal spirit body, and her teacher, the divination master. Yenya, had been cultivating in the divination sect for the past few years. When she felt Lin Tian's aura, she immediately opened the divination sect's door. Little brother, please come in, the divination master said to the outside. Lin Tian nodded and led little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile into the vortex-shaped void portal. In the next moment, the vortex-shaped void portal closed. Lin Tian led little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile into the divination sect and came to Yenya, and the divination master's side. Senior, miss ya, long time no see, he said with a smile. Thinking about it, it had been many years since they parted ways. Don't be so formal. Didn't we agree that you can just call me Yenya rolled her eyes and looked Lin Tian up and down. I didn't expect you to be a reincarnated body. In the past few years, she had spent most of her time in the heavenly secret dojo, but she would occasionally go out. Naturally, she had heard the cultivators in the outside world discussing Lin Tian. When she found out that Lin Tian was a reincarnated body, she was very surprised at first. However, after such a long time, she had already calmed down. It's hard to imagine. The divination master also said. Obviously, he also knew about it. This physique is really troublesome. Lin Tiandao. He was not surprised that Yenya, and the divination master knew about his physique. After all, after what happened in the past, his physique was no longer a secret. Yenya rolled her eyes and said, Many people want to have such a physique. They don't know how lucky they are. I was struck by the heavenly tribulation all the way here. I almost died a few times. It's really not a blessing." Lin Tian smiled bitterly. There was a small courtyard in the divination sect. The divination master led the way. They went in and sat down at a small table. After so many years, Lin Tian and Yan Yer chatted for a long time. Every time they chatted, it would take several hours. "By the way, what's the matter? You didn't take the time to visit me and my master, did you?" Yan Yer asked Lin Tian Dao with a smile. Lin Tian nodded. He looked at Yan Yer and said with a smile, "There is something I need your help with." Then he briefly explained the purpose of his visit. Chapter 1254. Are you going to find trouble with those emperors who tried to snatch your origin? Those people are all emperor rank experts. You. Yan Yer was a little surprised. "I know." Lin Tian nodded. With that said, he didn't hide it and released a trace of emperor's pressure. The divine mathematician's expression suddenly changed. "This is..." Yan Yer was also surprised and couldn't help opening her mouth wide. "You have reached the emperor realm?" She looked at Lin Tian incredulously. On this day, she was in the Tianji dojo and didn't know what happened in the ninth heaven. She didn't know that Lin Tian had reached the emperor realm. At this time, feeling the emperor's pressure released by Lin Tian, she was really surprised. Emperor realm. It has only been 5 years since they parted, but Lin Tian has reached the emperor realm. She was still very calm on normal days, but at this time, she was really a little surprised. The emperor realm, this level wasn't so easy to reach. Since she parted ways with Lin Tian, she had cultivated for 5 years, but she only reached the 5th nirvana layer from the 3rd heavenly layer. Moreover, every time she advanced a small step, the difficulty of cultivation would increase by dozens of times. It was very difficult to make further progress. However, Lin Tian reached the emperor realm from the 6th heavenly layer in 5 years, which surprised her too much. She thought about it again. Lin Tian seemed to have cultivated for only a few decades, but he reached the emperor realm in just a few decades. This kind of thing had never happened before. Moreover, Lin Tian was a reincarnation body. How terrifying was it to reach the emperor realm with a reincarnation body? With his current combat power, there were only a few people in the emperor realm who could be his opponent. "How strong are you now?" She sighed and whispered, "I was worried about you just now." An emperor realm reincarnation body. Just thinking about it made people's heart palpitate. He is invincible under the heavenly master realm. Don't worry about this kid. Whooshing Crocodile said casually. Before coming here, we have already destroyed the ancient temple, the Yin-Yang Holy Church, the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the Immortal Sword Island. What? Yan Yer was stunned again. Master, God Diviner grew even more agitated. The Primordial Shrine, the Yin-Yang Sect, the Heavenly Demon God Sect, the Immortal Sword Island, all of them. Master, God Diviner, stared at Lin Tian in shock. The Primordial Celestial Temple, the Holy Yin-Yang Sect, the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, and the Forbidden Sword Island were all top forces that had existed for countless years. They had looked down on the 10 directions, heavenly domain for countless years. But now, they were all destroyed by Lin Tian. Yan Yer looked at Lin Tian. Is this true? Her immortal spirit body, who is known as the beloved child of the great Tao, was in a daze at this moment. It was rather cute. She was truly shocked by Lin Tian. Yes, really. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. There was nothing to hide, especially from Yan Yer and Master Godly Mathematician. Moreover, this matter has spread like wildfire in the entire ninth heaven. Hearing Lin Tian admit it personally, Master Godly Mathematician was a little dumbfounded. Yan Yer opened her small mouth, but she was also a little dazed. After a few breaths, she returned to normal. As expected of an emperor-level reincarnation body, you are really abnormal, she muttered. After 5 years, he single-handedly destroyed the Primordial Shrine, the Yin-Yang Sect, the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, and the immortal Sword Island. Such a record was simply terrifying. She could imagine that the ninth heaven must be in an uproar now. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Tian smiled. After a few dozen breaths, Yenya finally calmed down. Well, show me the appearance of the people you are looking for, she said. Lin Tian has reached the Emperor realm, and he even destroyed the primordial shrine and the Yin Yang sect. After that, Lin Tian will find trouble with the old emperors. She has nothing to worry about. Lin Tian nodded. With a thought, he displayed the appearance of the people who tried to seize his reincarnation origin. Yenya chuckled. She immediately performed the divine art of heavenly mystery. Strands of light appeared and danced around her. After about 2 hours, she stopped. It's done, she said, and sent a divine sense to Lin Tian, which contained the traces of all the people Lin Tian found. Lin Tian glanced at it slightly, and a faint light intertwined in his eyes. He then looked at Yenya, and smiled. Thank you. Don't be so polite. Yenya rolled her eyes. Lin Tian smiled. Okay, I won't say thank you in the future. There are about a dozen emperors who tried to seize his reincarnation origin. Now, all of them have been divined by Yenya. They are in the 9th heaven, 8th heaven, 7th heaven, 6th heaven, 5th heaven, and 4th heaven. Most of them are in some of the more famous forbidden areas in these 6 heavens. He stayed in the Tianji dojo for about an hour before bidding farewell to Yenya, and the divine mathematician. Everything is going well. Yenya chuckled and opened the door to the outside world for Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, waved goodbye, and stepped out of the Tianji dojo. In the next moment, he and the little Taichu, whooshing crocodile, appeared in the immortal Spirit Valley, then stepped out of the immortal Spirit Valley. Boy, who are you looking for trouble with first? Whooshing crocodile asked. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the flowing cloud holy man are both in the 9th heaven. In addition, several other old guys are also there. Lin Tiandao. With that said, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer as he looked at the western region. Whooshing crocodile followed his gaze and looked at the western region. The western region? Who is there? The 7 ultimate demonic emperor. Lin Tiandao. The old guy with the bloody skull, who is infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm? Whooshing crocodile naturally remembered this powerful old monster, but then he revealed a sinister smile. Master Crocodile remembers that the old guy's cultivation was weakened by Miss Wu Yi, and he fell to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Emperor realm. I don't know how he has recovered now. Let's go and see. Lin Tiandao. Yeah. Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice, pointing its little paw directly at the western region, as if expressing the meaning of kill. Lin Tiani smiled, immediately tore open the void crack, and stepped into it with the little Taichu and whooshing crocodile. In the next moment, they stepped out of the void again, far away from the southern region, and appeared in front of a mountain in the western region. As far as the eye could see, Dark Mountain was incredibly tall and covered in strange plants. However, there were strands of Yin fog intertwining within. Usually, no living beings would come near this place, because the Yin fog within Dark Mountain was too cold and terrifying. Dark Shadow Mountain, an evil land in the 9th heaven. Whooshing crocodile narrowed his eyes and stared at the Dark Shadow Mountain. That old man, the 7 ultimate demonic emperor, is here? Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. Yenya calculated the traces of all the emperors who went to seize his origin and were still alive. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor lived in this Dark Shadow Mountain. He stepped up, stepped on the void, and stepped directly into the Dark Shadow Mountain, squinting his eyes and looking at the depths of the mountain. Come. An ear-piercing sword sound echoed, and a golden sword light appeared beside him, slashing straight into the depths of the Yin Mountain. With a rumbling sound, the void distorted, and the golden sword light cut through the vast sky, falling into a canyon in the depths of the Yin Mountain. With a loud bang, the canyon was torn apart, and the void directly collapsed. "Who?" A fierce roar sounded from there, and a middle-aged man shrouded in a bloody aura stepped out, his eyes cold and gloomy. It was the 7 ultimate demonic emperor who went to seize Lin Tiandao's samsara origin 5 years ago. "We haven't seen each other for 5 years. Do you still remember me?" Lin Tiandao looked at this person with a smile. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor's expression suddenly changed. On this day, Lin Tiandao made too much noise in the 9th heaven. Although he was in seclusion here, he knew very well that the Temple of Antiquity, the Yin-Yang sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Immortal Sword Island were all destroyed by Lin Tiandao. Seeing Lin Tiandao come here at this time, a chill ran down his spine. Whoosh! At this moment, he didn't hesitate and turned around to leave. At that time, he was infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. But his cultivation was weakened by Wu Yi, and he fell from infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable Realm to the 2nd heaven of the Emperor Realm. In 5 years, he only recovered to the 3rd heaven of the Emperor Realm. Now, facing Lin Tiandao, an Emperor Realm reincarnation body that could destroy the Temple of Antiquity, the Yin-Yang sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Immortal Sword Island, he had no chance of winning, so he directly chose to escape. He knew very well that Lin Tiandao had destroyed several top forces, and it was impossible for him to show any mercy. "Want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" Lin Tianling smiled, staring at the escaping 7 ultimate demonic emperor. He took a step forward and blocked in front of him, directly punching down. Boom! The sky trembled and the void trembled. It was as if a terrifying thunder sounded, and the power of the punch was terrifying. 7 ultimate demonic emperor's expression changed, and he immediately raised a blood-colored skull to meet the punch. The blood-colored skull was a pinnacle heavenly treasure, and at this moment it emitted a bloody light, and its power was shocking. However, Lin Tiandao's punch was undoubtedly more terrifying. After all, he was an Emperor Realm reincarnation body. Clang! Like the crisp sound of metal colliding, the pinnacle heavenly treasure blood skull trembled and buzzed. "Little friend, please stop. I will give this heavenly treasure to you as an apology," 7 ultimate demonic emperor said quickly. In just a short exchange, he could see how terrifying Lin Tiandao was now. He was at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor Realm, and it was terrifying. Reaching the 3rd heaven of the Emperor Realm with a reincarnation body, his fighting strength was terrifying. He felt that even if his cultivation didn't fall and was at his peak, he might not be able to stop Lin Tiandao, so he immediately begged Lin Tiandao for mercy. "No need." Lin Tiandao's voice was calm. "After killing you, this pinnacle heavenly treasure will still be mine." He wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. He took a step forward and punched down again. Boom! The sky trembled, and the surroundings trembled, sending 7 ultimate demonic emperor flying. Chapter 1255. Blood gushed out of the 7 ultimate demonic emperor's mouth as he gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Tian warily. "Then give it a try. Let's see how much you can force me to pay." Lin Tian was very calm. He stepped forward, and without any complicated moves, he still pressed forward with an iron fist. With a boom, the void collapsed and the entire Dark Shadow Mountain shook as if there was a super earthquake. This was the power of the Emperor-level reincarnation physique. His physique was invincible, and even a casual punch had great divine power. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor roared as he used his peak heavenly treasure to resist. Bang! Lin Tian's fist could be said to be unparalleled, shattering the bloody light in the sky with one punch and sending the bloody skulls flying. The demonic emperor himself was also forced to retreat in the void. His emperor-level physical body was riddled with cracks as blood flowed out of them. Not enough. Lin Tian's voice was calm. He stepped in the void and closed in on the 7 ultimate demonic emperor step by step. With a thought, the sword light that filled the sky slashed down. For a moment, the sonorous sound of the sword resounded through the void. Dense sword light surged up from all directions, covering the 7 ultimate demonic emperor within, not giving him any space to dodge. Damn it! The 7 ultimate demonic emperor was shocked and angry. He used his emperor-level great technique and even the great path law to resist the sword light. With a sizzling sound, most of the sword light was shattered, but there was still a portion of sword light that was not blocked. Poof! 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 Blood splashed out as the 7 ultimate demonic emperor was penetrated by dozens of sword light. His body was full of transparent, bloody holes. You were once infinitely close to the heavenly lord level, but now you're so miserable. Serves you right. This is so satisfying. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile laughed. Yeah. The little Taichu waved its little claws and mocked the 7 ultimate demonic emperor. Lin Tian's expression was the same from beginning to end. He was very calm, so calm that he was indifferent. He walked towards the other party again. A sonorous sound rang out. Beside him, the golden sword light surged as if it could cut through everything. Junior, don't go too far. Don't force me. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor's face was very ugly, and his eyes were somewhat ferocious. Clang! Clanging sounds of swords rang out. Beside Lin Tian, the golden light of the towering heavens, sword slashed out. The sword's momentum was terrifying. So what if I bullied you? So what if I forced you? Bite me? Lin Tian was very calm. Following his words, more and more sword gleams appeared. Every single one of them was extremely sharp. The 7 ultimate evil emperor used the pinnacle heavenly treasure to support the emperor's great divine ability. In the blink of an eye, it was smashed into pieces. His entire body was sent flying again. After smashing through hundreds of large trees, he finally stabilized his body. His entire body was badly mutilated. Junior! He roared furiously. Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of him in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped him. With a paw sound, half of the 7 ultimate evil emperor's face was smashed into pieces. Teeth mixed with blood floated into the air. Ah! The 7 ultimate evil emperor roared. He had lived for more than 200,000 years. He had once suppressed 10 heavenly regions and was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. But now he was humiliated and slapped by a junior who was only a few decades old. I want you to pay the price. He roared furiously. In the next moment, with a rumble, his eyes were filled with blood vessels. The blood light outside his body surged like a volcano erupting. Crack! 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 Around him, the void shattered inch by inch, and the ground sank inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the 7 ultimate evil emperor's aura began to skyrocket. His cultivation also began to climb, starting from the 3rd heaven of the emperor realm. In just 7 breaths, he had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. In the distance, the 5 elements crocodile was visibly moved. This old club seems to have cast some kind of very terrifying forbidden art, burning his own life source and forcefully recovering to his former cultivation level. Now he's infinitely close to the level of Empyrean realm. Boom! The Emperor's aura surged. The divine light outside the 7 ultimate evil emperor's body surged. His Tao power was also boiling. His aura became extremely terrifying. Junior, you forced me to do this. I have returned to my peak. Even if I can't kill you, I will make you pay the heaviest price. The 7 ultimate evil emperor roared. The blood vessels in his eyes grew even more. He looked at Lin Tian with hatred and ferocity. At this moment, he had used a forbidden technique to return to his peak. Even if he could survive later, his cultivation level would fall from the Emperor realm. Boom! As his words fell, the aura on his body became even more terrifying. It was filled with a chilling aura. He was like a real death god that had walked out from hell. He wanted to use the scythe of death to cut everything and bring thousands of souls to hell. This aura was extremely shocking and terrifying. Facing this terrifying aura, facing the 7 ultimate evil emperor, Lin Tian was still calm. You think too much. Boom. The golden blood qi was vast and mighty. He didn't hold back at all. At this moment, he released all his emperor qi. Qi, qi, qi. Bolts of lightning intertwined and surrounded him. He was like an ancient emperor that walked out from the long river of time and space. He closed in on the 7 ultimate evil emperor step by step. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. This kid, he's only at the 3rd heaven of the emperor realm, but his aura has already reached such a height. It's even more terrifying than what Lord Crocodile had imagined, as expected of the strongest reincarnation imperial physique. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. The 7 ultimate evil emperor, who had returned to his peak state with the forbidden technique, trembled. He could feel the aura that Lin Tian was emitting at this moment. He couldn't help but retreat. You. At this moment, the aura that Lin Tian was emitting was too terrifying. It was more than 3 times stronger than his peak state. Continue. I am very merciful and will let you die in battle in your peak state. Lin Tiandao, the 7 ultimate evil emperor, trembled again. At the same time, he was extremely furious. After he was forced to use the forbidden technique to return to his peak state, Lin Tian directly emitted such a terrifying aura to suppress him. Was this merciful? This was clearly humiliating him. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. At the same time, he activated several emperor-level nomological laws and urged his pinnacle heavenly treasure to attack Lin Tian. His pinnacle heavenly treasure emitted a bloody glow. The bloody skull let out a ghostly howl as if thousands of ghosts from hell had come to the human world. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He took a step forward. When his foot landed on the void, it made a crisp sound. Dragon light surged out from the soles of his feet and rippled forward like water. Chi, chi, chi. A soft sound came out. The bloody glow that the 7 ultimate evil emperor released with his pinnacle heavenly treasure collapsed. The terrifying ghostly howl was also blocked and annihilated in the void. Immediately, the dragon light did not diminish. It landed directly on the 7 ultimate evil emperor and sent him flying with a bang. Cough! The 7 ultimate evil emperor vomited blood. There are even more cracks on his body. Half of his body was directly smashed open, and blood stained the void. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He faced the 7 ultimate evil emperor and took another step forward. The dragon light buzzed and spread out again. It landed on the 7 ultimate evil emperor and sent him flying again. Poof! Blood flew. This time, the last half of the 7 ultimate evil emperor's body also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In the distance, the 5 elements crocodile shrunk its neck. This battle prowess. It was a little shocked and couldn't help but feel cold. Although his reincarnation physique will attract an absolutely destructive heavenly tribulation every time he crosses a large realm, as long as he withstands it, his battle prowess is simply shocking. Within the same realm, he can really kill gods and devils in his way. Yeah. Little Taichu waved its little claws and let out a cry, cheering for Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, the emperor light surged. After shattering the 7 ultimate evil emperor with the dragon light, he did not kill him immediately. Instead, he looked at the bloody skull that fell not far away. This bloody skull was forged from a type of blood jade. It was densely covered with emperor patterns. The intertwining aura was very terrifying. It was the famous weapon of the 7 ultimate evil emperor, the blood fiend emperor treasure. He raised his hand and directly grabbed this heavenly treasure. He cast 4 layers of the 4 symbol seal and pressed them into this heavenly treasure. The blood fiend emperor treasure trembled. The weapon spirit inside woke up on its own and began to struggle violently. Unfortunately, it was useless. With Lin Tian's current strength, it was too easy to deal with the weapon spirit inside a heavenly treasure. He easily shattered it and took this pinnacle heavenly treasure. Arg! The seven ultimate evil emperor roared. Obviously, he felt that his pinnacle heavenly treasure had been taken away by Lin Tian. He quickly reassembled his emperor body and stared at Lin Tian in anger and horror. His eyes were full of hatred, and he wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Damn it! He roared. His whole body was covered in bloody light. Strands of terrifying Dao light flew and suppressed Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, he turned around and fled into the distance. He escaped. Whooshing crocodile stared. It thought that the other party was going to pounce on it before he died. It did not expect that the other party would run away. That speed made it speechless. It was dozens of times faster than lightning. Lin Tian raised his hand and shattered the terrifying killing light that the seven ultimate evil emperors sent over with a slap. His expression still did not change. You can't escape. He was very calm. He took a step and chased after him. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice. The six-colored divine light overflowed and wrapped whooshing crocodile around it as it followed behind Lin Tian. At this time, the seven ultimate evil emperor had already escaped far away. However, he could not shake off Lin Tian at all. Lin Tian's speed was too fast. He followed closely behind like a shadow. Clang! A golden sword light appeared beside Lin Tian and slashed at the escaping seven ultimate evil emperor. With a poof, the seven ultimate evil emperor was hit by the sword. One of his arms was cut into pieces on the spot. Damn it! The seven ultimate evil emperor was even more shocked and angry. He ran even faster and increased his speed crazily. However, Lin Tian was very calm from beginning to end, steadily following behind him. His heaven-piercing sword Qi slashed out from time to time, destroying everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Lin Tian chased after the seven ultimate evil emperor. He had crossed dozens of mountains and left the seven ultimate evil emperor with nowhere to go. At the same time, it also alarmed many cultivators in this region. Many people saw this scene, and many of them stared with their eyes wide open. That is the seven ultimate evil emperor, the legendary person who is infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. He is now running away. Behind him is the reincarnation body. He is chasing after the seven ultimate evil emperor. Chapter 1256. The cultivators were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Tian chase after the seven ultimate demonic emperor. Many of them could not help but gasp. This is... It said that the seven ultimate demonic emperor went to seize his reincarnation origin 5 years ago. After destroying the 4 top inheritances of the desolate shrine, he's now looking for the seven ultimate demonic emperor. He's obviously going to settle the score with the seven ultimate demonic emperor from 5 years ago. So domineering. Many cultivators swallowed their saliva. Boom! In the sky, divine energy surged. The seven ultimate demonic emperor was covered in blood and cracks. He was in an extremely sorry state. Lin Tian followed behind him unhurriedly, slashing out sword radiances one after another. Poof! Blood splattered. One of the seven ultimate demonic emperor's thighs was slashed and exploded. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The seven ultimate demonic emperor's face was ferocious and filled with fear. He had lived for more than 200,000 years, but it was also because of this that he was even more afraid of death. With a rumble, he unleashed an even more powerful emperor aura and sped up again. At the same time, he unleashed an emperor-level Dao radiance, which turned into rays of killing light that slashed at Lin Tian behind him, shattering the void. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian was very calm. Sword radiances circled around him, shattering everything. You can't escape. He still said the same 4 words very calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure swayed, and the 9th stage of the yin-yang steps flashed. appearing directly beside the seven ultimate demonic emperor. The seven ultimate demonic emperor was shocked. "You smack!" Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the seven ultimate demonic emperor's cheek, sending him flying a few hundred feet away. With a bang, the seven ultimate demonic emperor landed far away, smashing a huge crater in the ground. "Ah!" The seven ultimate demonic emperor roared. He had been slapped by Lin Tian again. Moreover, there were many cultivators watching at this time. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lin Tian ferociously. After gritting his teeth, he turned around and fled into the distance. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. However, his speed was much slower than Lin Tian's. Just as he moved, Lin Tian closed in on him. "Pa!" Another resounding slap. Lin Tian made his move, sending the seven absolute evil emperor flying again. That seven ultimate demonic emperor, he actually had no ability to resist at all. This is an emperor rank reincarnated body. Two possible. Within the emperor rank, how many people are his match? Simply invincible. Many cultivators were shaken. They had seen Lin Tian's divine sense imprint and knew that Lin Tian had reached the emperor rank. They also knew that Lin Tian had destroyed 4 top inheritances, including the Desolate Shrine and the Yin-Yang sect. They also knew that Lin Tian's combat strength was terrifying. However, they were still shaken when they saw it with their own eyes. Too strong. He was truly invincible. "Ah!" The seven absolute evil emperor roared. He steadied himself not far away and became even more furious. Lin Tian slapped him again in front of everyone. This was even more unbearable than stabbing him with a knife. This was humiliation. Lin Tian was humiliating him. "Damn it! I want you dead! Die, die, die!" He roared. Clearly, he knew that he couldn't escape from Lin Tian's evil clutches. At this moment, he went completely crazy. With a rumble, he pounced towards Lin Tian. The intertwining aura around his body suddenly surged and became extremely chaotic. A destructive wave spread out. He's going to self-destruct. Run! When the crowd of cultivators saw this scene, many of them turned pale with fright. A person who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable rank had chosen to self-destruct. The destructive power was absolutely terrifying. It was no less than a full-powered attack from a heavenly venerable rank expert. In an instant, swoosh, 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 many cultivators ran frantically towards the distance. "Kid, retreat!" In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu, who had been following behind Lin Tian, also changed their expressions and shouted. It knew that the seven absolute evil emperor was extremely terrifying. For such a person to self-destruct, it was no joke. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The destructive divine power was vast and mighty. The divine power on the seven absolute evil emperor's body became even more chaotic and terrifying. The surrounding space was collapsing inch by inch. Die! 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 Die together! The seven absolute evil emperor stared at Lin Tian ferociously. His eyes were filled with hatred. Immediately after, the destructive fluctuations on his body became even more terrifying. Flames curled up and lightning crackled. It was terrifying. This aura, we can't block it. Even an emperor-level reincarnation body can't block it. Get out of the way. The cultivators who were standing there previously had already run far away. Some were trembling, and some couldn't help but shout for Lin Tian to get out of the way and not fight the seven absolute evil emperor head-on. Although Lin Tian was very powerful, he had never done anything outrageous to bully others. Moreover, as cultivators, many felt that Lin Tian's power was very inspiring, especially when he destroyed evil forces like the Great Extermination God Dynasty and the Desolate Ancient Shrine. It made many people feel very happy. At this moment, Some of the cultivators who saw this scene did not want Lin Tian to suffer in this place from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! Terrifying divine power surged and shrouded all directions. The 7 absolute evil emperor's body was distorted like a balloon that was filled with air. The destructive power was even more intense. It's too late. Die. Let's die together. He roared ferociously. He pounced in front of Lin Tian, and the terrifying destructive power caused every inch of space in the surroundings to be frozen. Lin Tian was still very calm. You think too much. You can die alone, he said. With a buzzing sound, the 4 symbols seal appeared. 4 layers appeared consecutively and blocked in front of him, blocking the 7 absolute evil monarch emperor that was rushing over. The entire 7 absolute evil monarch emperor was enveloped by an incomparably powerful sealing force that was vast and mighty, intertwining in all directions. It's useless. You can't suppress me with just these 4 Tao diagrams. The 7 absolute evil emperor felt the powerful sealing power and roared ferociously. Lin Tian did not say anything, and his expression did not change. With a buzzing sound, the 5th Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared and superimposed with the first 4 Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols. Instantly, the sealing power increased by several times, causing the demonic emperor, who was in the midst of self-destruction, to tremble and reveal a look of panic. At the same time, in the distance, Wuxing Crocodile was moved. This kid has cultivated this technique to a higher level. Buzz. The 5 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram superimposed together, and the destructive power around the 7 absolute evil emperor began to decrease rapidly. The 7 absolute evil emperor trembled, and his face became even more ferocious and resentful. Damn it! Impossible! With the appearance of the 5th layer of the 4 symbols Tao diagram, his self-destruction was forcibly stopped, and a terrifying power entered his body, causing him to disintegrate rapidly like a piece of ice placed on a blazing fire. How is it, I said, that you think too much? Lin Tian looked down at the 7 absolute evil emperor with a calm expression. Now his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the emperor realm. An old drunkard had deduced the 5th and 6th layers of the 4 symbol seal. He had already taken the time to master the 5th layer, and now that he displayed it, he could seal everything. This caused the 7 absolute evil emperor to tremble, and he was both shocked and angry. You disappear. Lin Tian on Dao. With a buzz, the 5 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram combined and turned into a single divine diagram, and then a silver vortex. No. The 7 absolute evil emperor screamed in horror, and then in the next moment he was swallowed by the silver vortex and shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. Dead. Dead. A person who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was just invincible. He's really invincible. In the distance, many cultivators looked at Lin Tian, and many of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Lin Tian stood in the void, looking very calm. Kid, your combat power is really incredible. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue, and then floated over with little Tai Chu. So many heavenly tribulations. It's not for nothing. Lin Tian on Dao. That's true. Wuxing Crocodile nodded, and then said, Next, where should we go? North region. Void essence true immortal. Lin Tian on Dao. A void essence true immortal had also gone to snatch his reincarnation origin. As he spoke, he tore the void, stepped in with Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu, and disappeared. This he left. I heard the words of the crocodile god beside him just now. It seems that he is going to deal with the other emperors. Some cultivators spoke, giving Wuxing Crocodile the title of Crocodile God. Because Wuxing Crocodile was Lin Tian's partner, these people didn't dare to slander him in the slightest, so they tried to beautify him as much as possible. He destroyed the 4 top forces, including the Desolate Shrine and the Yin Yang sect, and slaughtered the 7 ultimate evil emperor, who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm for more than 200,000 years. Next, he is going to deal with the other emperors. This is simply going to turn the world upside down. Someone trembled. The ninth heaven, north region, in front of a large lake, the void suddenly split open, and Lin Tian stepped out with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. "We're here." Lin Tian Ondao. Looking around, the large lake in front of him was very vast. The surface of the lake was rippling under the gentle breeze, looking very ordinary. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a golden sword light slashed across the sky, landing on the bottom of the lake. With a rumble, the lake roared and huge waves burst out. "Who is it?" A cold shout sounded, and an emperor's shadow stepped out. It was the void element true immortal from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, he was at the 8th heaven of the emperor realm. 5 years ago, Wu Yi reduced his cultivation to the early heaven of the emperor realm. Now he had recovered to the 2nd heaven of the emperor realm. "It's me." Lin Tian Ondao stepped in front of the void element true immortal with a single step. The void element true immortal recognized Lin Tian at a glance, and his expression changed greatly. "Reincarnation body, it's you. You. Die." Lin Tian only had one word. His right hand weaved a soul transformation talisman, and he slapped down. With a puff, the void element true immortal was shattered on the spot. Then the golden soul transformation talisman turned into a ray of light and entered his soul, shattering it. He died on the spot. East Region. Extreme Een Demon Lord. Lin Tian Ondao. Chapter 1257. Among the 4 great domains of the 9th heaven, the eastern domain was the most vast. Its spiritual qi fluctuations were much denser than the other 3. Lin Tian brought little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile to this heaven and arrived at a canyon that was covered in black light. The demonic qi was very dense, and the air was a little chilly. "There are demonic veins here, and there are quite a lot of them." Whooshing Crocodile said, "The world was composed of spiritual qi. When spiritual qi gathers, it can form spiritual veins, immortal veins, divine veins, and so on. Correspondingly, there was also evil qi in the world. When evil qi gathers, it can form demonic veins that emit demonic qi. If this demonic qi entangled some ordinary cultivators, it would damage their cultivation base and Tao foundation. However, it was different for cultivators who cultivated demonic ancient scriptures. Absorbing this demonic qi would bring great benefits to them." Whooshing Crocodile and Lin Tian, the masters of the dragon burial scripture, had stayed here for a long time. They gradually learned some things about the terrain, and they more or less understood the relationship between demonic and demonic veins. They were influenced by what they saw and heard. Lin Tian nodded. He squinted his eyes and looked at the canyon. Without any superfluous words, he directly slashed out with his sword. With a loud clang, the golden sword light slashed into the canyon, shattering the void and directly splitting the vast canyon into pieces. Dust and smoke billowed into the air. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura rushed out from the ruined canyon. A burly figure appeared, his eyes intertwined with cold light. This person was surrounded by demonic light, and his emperor's aura was very dense. He walked out with killing intent. It was Zenith Een Overlord, the one who snatched Lin Tian's life, Source 5 years ago. At that time, he was infinitely close to the heavenly master realm, but now he was only at the 3rd layer of the emperor realm. Because at that time, Wu Yi took action and reduced his cultivation base from the 9th layer to the 2nd layer of the emperor realm. After 5 years, he only recovered to the 3rd layer of the emperor realm. Extreme Een Overlord was furious when he stepped out of the canyon. Someone actually dared to destroy his home. However, when he saw Lin Tian standing outside the canyon, his expression changed immediately. "It's you!" On this day, the Extreme Een Overlord who resided in the 9th heaven naturally knew about the annihilation of the ancient shrine and the Yin Yang sect by Lin Tian. He was shocked when he saw Lin Tian approaching. "You want to kill me?" the man said with a sullen face. "Don't tell me you think I came here just to drink tea with you?" Lin Tian's voice was calm. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move. The densely packed sword radiance slashed towards the extreme in Overlord without holding back. "Reincarnation body, even if you become a martial monarch, don't be too arrogant. This is my territory. I won't tolerate your impudence." Extreme in Overlord said coldly. With a rumble, the ground shook violently. Streaks of terrifying demonic chi rushed out from the ground and sealed every inch of space in the blink of an eye. It shattered all the sword radiance that Lin Tian slashed out. Wang. The demonic radiance intertwined and caused the void to buzz. At this moment, streaks of terrifying demonic runes intertwined in this space. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. This old man carved many demonic runes underground. He used these demonic runes to draw out the power of all the demonic veins underground. Wuxing Crocodile said, "More or less." Lin Tian Ondao. At this moment, the densely packed demonic runes intertwined. Streaks of terrifying demonic chi rushed out from the ground and suppressed every inch of space in the surroundings. It had extremely sharp killing power that could easily destroy a ninth heaven martial monarch expert. As expected of someone who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, even though his cultivation was weakened, his means are still very terrifying. He isn't someone that ordinary martial monarchs can deal with. Wuxing Crocodile said, "Boom!" Demonic radiance continued to rush out from the ground. It was extremely terrifying. Subsequently, a broadsword also rushed out from Extreme in Overlord's body. Together with the demonic veins and demonic runes, it produced an even more terrifying power. It was very similar to the killing array that the martial monarchs from the Yin-Yang sect set up. In the blink of an eye, this place was shrouded by an extremely sharp aura. The killing aura intertwined in every corner. "Junior, I will give you face. I will also give face to the people behind you. If you leave this place now, I will not pursue the matter of you destroying my place of seclusion." Extreme in Overlord said. He looked at Lin Tian. Demonic radiance intertwined in his eyes. There was a trace of greed in his eyes. He still wanted to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. At the same time, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Back then, Wu Yi had weakened his cultivation. This debt was directly pinned on Lin Tian. Of course, there was also fear in his eyes. This was because he was indeed wary of the people behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at this person calmly. "Today I am here to kill you," he said. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Dragon marks intertwined around his body and annihilated the large patch of demonic radiance in front of him. With a single step, he arrived in front of Extreme in Overlord. Powerful golden blood chi pierced through the clouds, causing Extreme in Overlord to stagger and retreat. "You!" Extreme in Overlord's expression changed. The aura that Lin Tian emitted at this moment made his heart palpitate. The 9 heavens slaughtering array that he had set up here, which could slay emperors, was actually useless. More than half of the demonic patterns were destroyed easily. Damn it! He cursed silently. At this moment, he didn't hesitate and decisively retreated. His body turned into demonic radiance and escaped. He escaped again. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips. Lin Tian didn't say anything and immediately chased after him. Little Tai Chu squeaked. 6 colored divine radiance overflowed and brought Wuxing Crocodile behind Lin Tian. So, the sound of the air being torn apart was very sharp. Extreme in Overlord escaped very quickly. He was much stronger than ordinary emperors. Unfortunately, he couldn't shake off Lin Tian. Lin Tian's speed was even faster than his. He followed behind him calmly. In the blink of an eye, Extreme Een Overlord had escaped far away. A group of cultivators along the way saw him and were all dumbfounded. That's Extreme Een Overlord. He's being chased. The one chasing after him is a reincarnated body. Many cultivators were shocked. Extreme Een Overlord's expression was very ugly. He felt very embarrassed that so many cultivators saw him being chased. However, even so, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his peak heavenly treasure, Extreme Een Demonic Blade, to block Lin Tian's pursuit. He quickly escaped forward and tore open the void, trying to cross the domain and escape. Enough! 2 indifferent words resounded. Lin Tian increased his speed. He took a step forward and pressed down with his emperor's great palm, shattering the void crack that Extreme Een Overlord created. At the same time, he activated the 5 layers of the 4-symbol seal, trapping Extreme Een Overlord within it. Extreme Een Overlord trembled. He felt the divine power and divine soul in his body begin to disintegrate. No, stop! He struggled madly. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian's face didn't show any emotion. He naturally wouldn't show mercy to someone who tried to snatch his origin energy. Buzz! The 5 layers of the 4 symbols seal combined into a huge silver vortex, crushing Extreme Een Overlord completely. His body and soul were destroyed. He's dead. That Extreme Een Overlord was just so strong. The cultivators who witnessed this scene felt their hearts palpitate. They looked at Lin Tian with reverence. Someone as strong as Extreme Een Overlord was killed so easily. It was shocking. So this is the legendary, strongest physique. This level of combat power is simply many people swallowed their saliva. Lin Tian left Extreme Een Overlord's pinnacle heavenly treasure in the void ahead. He waved his hand and summoned it. The 4-symbol seal was activated again. In the blink of an eye, the weapon soul in it was erased. He then kept it in his sea of consciousness. Where are we going now? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. There are still a few old guys in the East region. I'll find them one by one. As he spoke, he stepped on the void and left, heading towards the northwest of this place. He's gone. Reincarnation body, how terrifying! Many people watched Lin Tian leave and couldn't help but shudder. Lin Tian stepped on the void and soon arrived at a desolate mountain in the northwest of the East region. He directly stepped into it. Soon, a powerful divine power was emitted from it. It shattered the heavens and the earth. A middle-aged emperor's shadow fled into the distance. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed out with the Ling Tian Absolute Kill Sword, directly shattering the middle-aged emperor's shadow. Even the divine soul inside was destroyed, disappearing without a trace. There are still 8 old guys in the East region. Lin Tian on Dao. According to Yenya Oi's calculation, the 9th layer occupied most of the traces of the rogue emperors. There were more than 10 of them. He wouldn't show any mercy to these enemies who tried to seize his reincarnation origin. He would kill them one by one. He left this place and brought Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu to other places in the East region. Soon after, the entire East region was in an uproar. Half-Moon Monarch from 60,000 years ago was killed. Immortal Qilin Old Ancestor was killed. Primordial Great Emperor from 70,000 years ago was also killed. Lu Fan Dodi was also Half-Moon Spiritual Master from 80,000 years ago, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, was also killed. On this day, the entire 9th heaven was in an uproar. Ancient emperors were killed one after another, causing many people to be terrified. That reincarnation body is simply, many cultivators couldn't help but tremble. In just one day, the desolate shrine, Yin Yang sect, Heavenly Demon Divine sect, and Immortal Sword Island were destroyed. The 7 ultimate evil emperor and other ancient powerhouses were killed. In total, More than 20 emperors had fallen in the ninth heaven. Is this the day of emperor fall? Some people were terrified. In the ninth heaven, in the east region, in a desolate mountain. Boom! Divine light surged, Emperor Qi intertwined, and Sword Qi crisscrossed. Junior, you've gone too far. The roar resounded throughout the desolate mountain. Golden sword lights flashed, and an emperor's shadow was dodging. His body was covered in blood, looking very miserable.